spoon, you ain't know. If the children crying for starvation, just don't spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, don't spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, don't spoon. Don't spoon. Don't spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, don't spoon. Don't spoon. If you eat kepan, gradually, my brother, don't spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, don't spoon. Don't spoon. You want to get a news update, don't spoon. What? Yeah. Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV. Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV, Spoon Ba-da-ba-de-ba-de-ba. Skiddy-biddy-biddy-da-ba-do. Spoon TV, Spoon Entertainment. Kua. Bese kua, kudileo.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEOs, Dan coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEOs, Dan coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Okay, indeed, we like to say welcome Tune to Spoon, because at Spoon you're gonna know exactly what's happening in Liberia, what's happening in the ministries, in the agencies, who are the newsmakers. Spoon tells you exactly the different happenings across the country and the different personalities involved. We want to say welcome to another edition of the program. This is Liberia's most followed talk show on radio and online. The show is across the country on several radio stations: Spoon 107.5 FM, Fabric 101.1 FM, Super 95.5 FM. Spoon Talk is on Premium FM in Bone County. It's heard across Nimba and all other adjacent counties. Spoon Talk is also live tonight on Trust FM in Bombing County. And so we want to say welcome to the show. My name is Nelson Colette. We're live on Spoon TV, on Fabric TV, on Super TV, and also on YouTube at Spoon Talk Live.
You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, Tuto Spoon. Yeah, Tuto Spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibaba, kilibaba, kilibaba. Kilibaba, kilibaba, kilibaba. What I want? Yes,
Okay, so folks, sorry. So we want to say welcome to the program tonight. My name is Nelson Colette, and I'd like to say thanks for joining us. Let me just go across and bring in Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, good evening. Good evening. Or let me say good afternoon. So I think it's afternoon from your end, but here is already evening hour. It is 7 minutes past 8 p.m. here in Monrovia. And I think it should be, I don't know. I don't want to guess the time. But you are muted, Dr. Richardson. And I see your, I don't know whether it's my internet, but I see that you are,
I'm here.
frozen.
No, I'm here. It is about 4:09.
Okay.
Yes, where I am.
Okay.
In the States. Yes. So,
Okay.
yeah. So, getting close to dinner time. But it's good to see you again, Nelson. It's good to be here. Here we are again. We want to welcome all of our viewers, our listeners to the show. Happy that other stations are joining, so Liberians can
Yeah.
be informed as to what is happening in the country. We have a big day coming up that we have to really make some really, really strong decisions about the direction of our country. So it's good to be here to see you again. Yesterday was a long day for me, as you probably know. I had my two classes to teach, and so,
Okay.
yeah, today was another busy day. My grandson started daycare, so he's not home. So I'm going
Oh,
through
wow.
separation.
Your regular playmate, especially when you're working from home.
Yes, my playmate, the person who keeps disturbing me, he started daycare,
Wow.
so I'm kind of lost not having him home. I'm going through separation anxiety. But the interesting thing about where he goes to, this is the way that we want Liberia. We want Liberia to be, a place where we can be, on the information highway. So the people
Yeah.
at the daycare have an app. So my daughter can go in there throughout the day in
Mhm.
real time and see what my grandson is doing. And so I
Wow.
get to see, so she gets to send the pictures to me. They put like spontaneous report. So I get to see him, but it's not the same. He's not home.
Is it like using the app and you can
Yeah, right on her phone. She gets to
okay.
see how many times he slept, how many times they changed his diaper.
Wow.
You get to see him playing, and then of course she transfers that information to me because I'm the one who asked her, "Did he sleep today? What is he doing now? Is he playing? Is he crying? Did he cry when you drop him?"
Wow.
So yeah, that's a change. But it's
Wow.
people tell me that it's changed for the best. I can go and socialize with his age group and
Oh yeah. Oh
get a
yeah.
social skill.
Oh yeah. You know the grandmoms are always in that position where they don't want their grandkids to go far away. They want them to always be around. It's like yeah. So
Mhm.
but again, I think his experience, he's having a whole new experience, especially starting daycare for the first time, which
Yes,
is an amazing thing. It's a historic day for him as well,
yeah.
especially
Well, he
yeah.
started on last Monday or last week Friday, so he's been in daycare for
Okay.
a couple of
About a
days.
week.
Yeah,
Okay.
about a week. Yeah. So
Wow.
it's still been interesting not having, especially on a day like Friday when I'm definitely home, not having
Okay.
him here. But yeah, like you're right. It's historical for all of us in the house, whereas especially for our grandma.
Yeah. Yeah. Certainly.
Yeah, my husband comes
Certainly.
and says, "It's too quiet in this house. The house is just too organized. It's too quiet." That's what he says,
An interesting thing, when they're around, it seems noisy, and sometimes it seems too busy. Oh, you have to talk too much, and then when they're away, the place seems too quiet. Why is the
Yeah,
place too quiet? So
yeah.
there's
I mean,
there's
I actually learned the skill of working and taking care of him at the same time because I was working from home and he would want
wow.
my attention. So I had to I have a chair you can't see next to where I'm sitting. So sometimes I'll put him there. But how do you ask a almost 3-year-old to be quiet when you're in the middle of a meeting? So people
Yeah,
got to know him. My colleagues, when we were having such an important meeting, they didn't mind him, yelling or playing in the background. But when you're having, if I'm seeing doing therapy, I would definitely not have him in here. But yeah, so yeah, so
wow.
that's how it's going, but it's just going good. Besides that, it's good to be here with everybody. It's good to
Yeah,
talk some good Liberian politics. Um, I was talking psychology for the past day, so so it's
yeah.
good to be here. So how's everything with you, Nelson? How's the late night politics going? You and
Oh
your
yeah. The late night politics is
you-
going well. Dr. Richardson, we have new people joining the show every night, and sometimes the studio is full. We don't have space to, but we always prioritize the females.
Okay, awesome. That's
And
it.
yeah, and more females are joining the show now.
Very good.
Yeah, and a lot of time I go out, and sometimes people engage me. Your face look familiar. The
No,
late night show.
it is easy. I'm telling you, you just never know.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
it,
and
well,
yeah, sure.
it's kind of scary because you can develop a phobia from that. Like
Yeah,
like like
yeah.
you don't want people to know. Like
Okay, and sometimes it's embarrassing, Dr. Richardson. Like
mm,
someone walked up to me, and the person like greeted me as if you like you expect the person to know you, and then I'm just standing, and so you don't know all of those who are watching, but they know you. So
yeah,
I think you are more insecure, you are more vulnerable, because
yes,
if the person doesn't like what you do,
I'm
they
telling
know
you,
you. As soon as they
yeah,
see you, they say, okay, that's the guy. Maybe they
yes,
tell you or whatever, but there's a
it's
positive side to it as well,
yes,
which
yeah. But a positive
yeah,
side that and a negative side that we really can't tell. You really don't know.
yeah,
And I mean, I'm naturally a homebody, so I don't really care to be out there. But in the event that I go out, it never ceased to happen. You know,
yeah,
and people.
yeah.
It's funny. It's funny. Some guy said to me, I was out at a program this past week. He said, "Wow, you're more beautiful in person." I thought that was funny.
Oh yeah. No, and that's true, because the camera doesn't do justice to the images as usual. We, for example, we stream it on a 1080p webcam, which doesn't capture from the photographic background and cinematography and so forth. It doesn't capture more details of the image,
Hmm.
so it doesn't bring out what the person actually looks like in real life, until maybe you see that person and so forth. Yeah,
Yeah, I didn't suspect there would be a difference, but it was interesting hearing that as well. But yeah, it's good to be here again this week. Well, the end of this week actually. We start a new week Monday for us, but it's good to have everybody here. We
yeah,
look forward to the rest of the panelists joining us to provide you the information that you need. Liberians, this is our opportunity to take our country, to turn it around. This is the opportunity to do that. If not, we might miss uh, many, many opportunities of what we want our country to be like. And this is what I think about, and many
yeah.
others think about that as well. So, what's going on in the country? Tell me the news, Nelson.
Yes, there are so many things happening in the country today, Dr. Richardson.
Hmm.
And like like the clock on the wall moving so fast, it waits for no one. Um that's how a lot of things keep happening. Someone is saying 1080p is actually better than HD. Yeah, this person is right. 1080p is better than HD, but
What are they
4K is better
talking
than
about?
1080.
What are y'all talking about?
No, it has to do with the resolution, the image
Oh,
quality, especially for these kinds of live stream and so forth. Yeah.
oh, okay.
So,
Mhm.
sorry, let me just go into our our training issue. That's a whole different stuff there. Yeah. So, a lot of things happening in the country. So the first I like to start with is a development from the Liberia Electricity Corporation.
Mhm.
Um, so there was a march carried out by a group of individuals today, about 15 individuals at the waterside office of the Liberia Electricity Corporation,
Mhm.
and they went, with their bands and chanting slogans and all of that.
Mhm.
And they even printed banners with the inscription, "Friends of," that's Honorable Moni Captain and friends. As you know, Mr. Moni Captain is the CEO of the Liberia Electricity Corporation.
Mhm.
So right after the guys carry on that march and everything, there was a statement that came up immediately from the Liberia Electricity Corporation, distancing uh, the entity and even the CEO from that particular group that gathered and carried on the march. And according to what they released, they said that the CEO of the institution, or the Liberia Electricity Corporation, has absolutely no connection with those guys who went out there, chanting slogan and marching under the banner, Honorable Money Ara Captain and friends. And so there are so many questions as to what could have trickled, this particular march today, uh, and so forth. Whether there is a possible political undertone, but in an effort to clear the air on that, the Liberia Electricity Corporation came up with a statement in a very prompt manner to say that they have no connection with that, and they remain apolitical, and as a corporate institution, they do what they do, that is providing electricity for the country. Senator Dillon succeeded in his uh, his parade. Let me not call it parade. The gathering at the National Elections Commission today. Liberians gathered there as early as 10 a.m. Liberians were there. And as you know, Dr. Richardson, this is coming from a backdrop where the Senator DeLon has been requesting for the uh, the voter roll, the FFR, to be made available to political parties. And in the midst of his quest, the neck boss recently said that, as far as she knows, and she stands to be corrected, there is absolutely no law that maintains that, despite videos available of her being in that very session, at the hearing at the Liberian Senate, assuring the lawmakers, the legislators, that they were going to make that document available and so forth. So Liberians gathered today. This has been a point of discussion for people across the country today, Dr. Richardson. And as we speak, a lot of people have got their attention on this particular thing now than ever before. Liberians are concerned about as to how soon, if in the first place, the National Elections Commission is going to make this available. And some people are even going ahead and trying to question the ability of the neck, to be able to make this available in time, considering that they are still in the printing process. But that is a point of discussion, and that's something that Liberians are talking about a whole lot. And the next thing is that recently Senator Prince Johnson made a very important comment that has got some public reaction as well, when he said that if if for any reason the ruling establishment tampers with the election, if there's any rigging of election, there will be a revolution, and so forth. Um, some individuals have come out to react to that, but Chief Cyril Allen of the National Patriotic Party today responded to that as well, and he termed the statement as something coming from a failed politician. That's how he referred to Senator Prince Johnson. He said he's a failed politician, and the people of Neighbor County should focus more on building their county than going after someone who is quote unquote a kingsmaker, when in fact he's not even a kingsmaker. So there was a very sharp reaction from Chief Cyril Allen today to that statement coming from Senator Prince Johnson. On the flip side, there was a protest today at uh, against the current boss of the Drugs Enforcement Agency, the LDEA, that Liberia Drugs Enforcement Agency.
Mhm.
Folks following the discovery of drugs recently in the country back to back, and the recent developments, folks have been protesting for the dismissal of the current head of the Liberia Drugs Enforcement Agency.
Mhm.
And so there was a protest today. They were chanting slogans and calling for the dismissal. But the big question, or the major point of concern, remains that he works at the will and pleasure of the president. So it falls within the purview of the president to decide whether or not he's going to be dismissed or he's going to be retained at that particular position. But Liberians have been protesting in the country with respect to that as well. And
Wow.
yeah.
Wow.
So uh that's one of the developments. Yeah, and I think I will stop here for now, Dr. Richardson.
Ah, a country with a lot of information going on. Well, I see Stanton just in, so I'm going to turn the show over to him. Stanton, we can't hear you.
No, don't turn it over to me yet. I just coming, man. I didn't even say hi to Sally Kamara,
Well,
Farida Mo,
let's do that then.
Ruby Salif, Armstrong Blender, Yassa Bowie City, Samuel Quay, Andy Mo, Tamba Buema, Tamba Buema from Lofa,
How you
Tamba
know Tamba?
Nelson Kula from Bon County, Tamba Buema from Lofa,
Where am I from?
Dr. Richardson Chenoweth,
From
she's
Congo,
from,
from Congo Town.
she's
Yeah,
from,
no, you go there with me.
she's from America,
No, I'm
New
not.
Jersey.
I'm
Dr.
from
Richardson, you're
my
pure.
father. My
Dr.
father is
Richardson,
from
pure
Robertsport.
elaborate, man. Don't do this. You're
My
pure.
father is from Robertsport, Grand Cape County, and my mother is
We
part.
agree that where your parents from, but that's not where you're from.
What do you mean? Well, I
We
grew up in
agree.
Beaumont.
We agree that where your parents from, but that's not where you're from. We shouldn't put your ancestors' history out here.
Oh, you just like to. You just like
But
to.
that's not where you're from.
You just like to label
Oh,
people.
Dr.
Everybody,
Richardson, you got something else on.
yeah, just turn it off. Everybody Liberian.
Yeah, it's true.
That's
That's
you
what we
surprised
see.
me.
Everybody Liberians, right, Nelson?
Surprised me you give your boss an ammunition. Yeah, okay.
Oh no, that was a slip of tongue.
No. Don't be afraid. We agree. Everybody Liberians, but that is just a fact, though. Let me mind my business. Today
My
Friday.
business. Yeah. But I'll tell you that
That's
I
not in trouble yet. Don't do that, Nelson.
I appreciate my heritage. I appreciate all the attachments that I have in Liberia. I appreciate that there's no single place that you can put me. I come from a mixture of persons in Liberia, and there
Let
are
it
many,
be so, Dr. Richardson,
there are
before you
many
get
others
into any
like
trouble.
me. So
Let
yeah,
it be
I just,
so.
want, I just
Let
wanted
it
to put
be
that out
so.
there.
Let it be so. All right, folks. We want to say thank you very much for joining us. If you believe that Richardson is not from Liberia, she was born in the United States, please say yes or no as we begin the
Oh,
show. If you believe that Richardson, father and mother from Liberia, but she was born here at the age of 2. She went back to Liberia at the age of 13. She came back to her home country. Please say yes or no.
That's a good story then.
Aaron Cole say yes. He believe it.
Mm.
Aaron Cole.
Yeah, you believe anything he's saying.
Lobadi say yes.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Tell us something else. Tell us something else to believe.
Rhetoric. No, let me mind. Okay, folks, that's enough. You don't do this to Dr. Richardson.
What did it say?
Dr. Richardson, proceed for like, bro. Why you doing this to Dr. Richardson? Let's open the phone line. Let's hear from the people because we're gonna have a wonderful show today. We're just teasing, right? But five comes to through joke. Let's open the phone line. We just didn't want it 10 quarters. All of the 10, let's just believe who all in Liberia believe that Dr. Richardson is actually a Liberian or African American. Open the phone line.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's not waste let's see, better follow your boss.
Before they got in here, because we got a lot of stuff. We got Mr. John Balu coming on. So do this real quick before they got in join us. Open the phone
And the people
line.
already calling you. Let me take the first call.
Look at P code.
Hello.
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 Yes, hello.
Yeah.
Yes, hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, this is Tracy McGrady, and I'm calling for Charlotte State District number 13.
Okay.
Yeah, Richard saying those on the show, he tried to prove
My man,
something. It kind of made me a friend and believing
My
you.
man, Nelson.
Yes or
That's
no?
all
You
origin.
agree or you
That's
not
all
agree?
origin.
You agree or you not agree? Yes or no?
I think she originated from the United States of America. That's all origin.
Thank you.
Whatever.
Let's take this one. Hello.
Yeah, Dr. Richardson.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Please.
She reminded me of my cousin.
She from America, right? Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Nancy.
So that's not what that person said. That person did not say that.
Okay.
Hello? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so your name and where you calling from? Yes or no?
This is Patrick Sompon Davis, and I call from my comfort zone in Loki Town.
Yes,
Not a Liberian.
Oh,
thank you.
Show my voting card.
Take the next call.
okay, hello.
Yes, hello.
Okay, yes. Your name and where you calling from? Quickly.
Oh, my name is Nas. I'm calling from the police academy.
Yes or no, Nas?
Yeah, she's Liberian.
Oh, she's a librarian. I get that.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on, let me tell this one. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, sir. What your take? Is that the Richardson an African American or she's a Liberian?
I want an American.
Thank you.
American, you can see your mother.
You can see a call? Oh, English and Lou.
We may in a way that the people say she's from Liberia.
That's somebody.
Hello? We got 2 more calls to go. Hello?
No, I'm tired.
Yes? What's your take on Dr. Richardson?
Let me say that the Richardson is American Liberian.
Thank you very much, American Liberian. Now we know the answer for the other paper, Uncle P. Uncle P?
He know my family, so he knows.
Uncle P, go ahead.
Dr. Richardson is from Wakala.
Grand Cape in Maryland. Grand Cape in Maryland. Thank you, Uncle P. Hello.
Grand Cape in Maryland.
Yeah.
Hi, Maryland.
Yeah, my name is Tracy Gibson, and I call from Minneapolis, St. Paul.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that is a typical Liberian. She's not American.
Okay, so folks, we need a tiebreaker. We need 2 people to break this tie. It's kind of even. Okay, we just need 3. Just 3 more calls.
Yeah.
I'm going to take 1 from here, and next one will take 2 from Liberia. Hello? Yeah? Yeah? Dr. Richardson, turn it off, Dan. Hello?
Hello.
Yeah?
Dr. Richardson is from Liberia, just like we are that in America.
Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you. So Nelson, take the last 2. I see that Ambassador John Balu is coming on. Nelson, take the last 2.
Hello?
Yeah, hello?
Okay, yeah, go ahead quickly. Let's hear you.
Yes, my name is Lincoln. I'm calling from Minnesota, to be Pacific.
Uh-huh.
And Dr. Richardson, she's an embodiment, according to Prince Johnson, because he once told me that, that's one of his uncles over there, according to what he told me before.
Thank you.
I think she's
Take the last call.
Thank you. So we take the last person. Hello. Please step away from your radio, please. Hello.
Yeah, my name is Musa Kelly. I'm calling you from Loki Town.
Okay, quickly.
Yeah, good evening. Dr. Richardson is how do you call it, Liberian American.
So is she American? She was born in America or Liberian American? What you mean?
Oh, the man gone.
The man scared. Dr. Richardson, the people believe that you got 6 by 8. So 8 individual believe that you're American, 6 believe that you're Liberian. So the people understand that you're African American, Dr. Richardson. Welcome to Liberia, by the way. Dr. Richardson, welcome to Liberia.
Whatever, you can sell those people anything they'll buy. So thank God they like you. Thank God.
Nelson, let's welcome Dr. Richardson to Liberia. Welcome Dr. Richardson. In Liberia, the president name is Josh Manawia. He's soon to be ex-president. In Liberia, the president carried extrajudicial killing. His people then doing a lot of drugs in the country. Dr. Richardson, we're going to take you around to Liberia. We're going to tell you exactly. We are 43,000 square miles. You get the Patawi waterfall, Dr. Richardson. You will enjoy your visit at the Patawi waterfall. You can go Cape Man. You get the beautiful beaches and blue oceans. You will enjoy it likewise. We want to say it's a good thing to know that we have an African American on set with us, the woman that I've been teaching for almost 20 years. And we're proud. We want to welcome you. Dwalu, help me welcome Dr. Richardson to Liberia, because you know what? She's an African American. And we understand that your history, your history is deeply rooted in the American dream. But we're glad to have you on our show, Dr. Richardson. What say you?
The introduction of the welcoming statement still at trouble.
Bring fire and pepper, salt and pepper.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
What a minute.
Have mercy, God. This is beautiful. We want to welcome. Somebody said, "Stand up, stop that." No, listen, guys. Listen, it's not all serious, man. We got to joke when we come on the show on a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful Friday afternoon. Listen, let's just lay back. We have the ambassador, the former senator from Maryland, Ambassador John Balut. He's going to come. I saw him doing something today. Nelson, you got it ready? He was in from the LDEA, and he was speaking truth to power about drugs infestation in our country. We're also going to bring in the councillor, Tobadian Swan, to talk about the drugs issue also. And I also want to say that we will be tapping into the mindset of the ambassador on this National Election Commission voter roll. What's going on with the FRR? And many more on national issues. It's going to be a beautiful show, folks. We got a lot. I will tell you this. I'm about to send some document. During the heat of COVID, before we bring ambassador on, I'm going to put this in our chat room. The Liberian government had a parcel of land in Europe, Belgium. They sold that land for 275,000 United States dollars. The document that I received, it was signed by Mawani Deeks, and they ate the money. Samuel 12, Mawani Deeks, small money, 275,000. They sold the land, and after the fees, everything was taken away. The final amount was 262,000 and change. The money was wired into the CBL account. I have the account information. Mawani Deeks signed for it. At the time, she was deputy minister of the foreign ministry. We have all the documents, but you cannot find that. Duadu, you do this for a living. It is not in the budget line from 2019 to 2020, 2020 to 2021. Nobody, that money went, imagine, 262,000. I will display this information, and I hope we can hear from the ambassador in Brussels. What's his name? Asa Yamplu. I hope we can hear from him. The people are asking Mawani Deeks, where's the money? So after this thing, we're going to say, we have to say, these people have been eating the Liberian people money for a long, long time, a very long time. When people were dying of COVID, these guys now were making money. I'm about to share the document with you guys, and it will shock you guys as to exactly Samuel 12, man. Mawani Deeks. And we also got a video. Let me give you guys the time. You'll give your 2 minutes before we bring in the guest for tonight. We are hearing also that Benda Yuri had a meeting today and asked all of his folks to go and support CDC. We got this information. We'll be bringing it to you. He asked all of them, the whole ALP, all of them, the county chairmen and all of them to go support CDC. And some of them said no. If you come up and give the announcement, Mr. Yuri, then we will think about it. But for now, it's no. And the guys, they are all deflated. They are all leaving. They are all leaving ALP. They had a meeting today. I know that Richardson will not like this one. Folks, you need to ask yourself why CPP moved the coming outside date to October 1st. What was given to CPP? What's the relationship between CPP and CDC? And who the middle person that bringing that relationship together?
Nobody.
CPP and CDC. We're going to have an interesting show today, and people will feel bad, but we'll be speaking truth to power. And some of the panelists will get mad. I hope you get your water near. You don't get vexed. Stay on the show, and let's just talk politics. We got 18 more days to election. You're going to get crazy. You're going to get nasty.
Drink already.
Buff, or you doing already?
But same time, I want to say this as well. My wife and Dr. Francine grew up in the same location in Beaumont. And my wife of almost 22 years. So, I've been around the Beaumont family for a long time. So everybody that I call and say Dr. Francine's not Liberian, there's something wrong with you. She's authentically a Liberian woman. But I'm going to say this, man.
Well, I know that Richardson, I know that the Richardson got a white mother and white father. They just she got a white mother and white father. I would put
don't listen to him.
Dr. Richardson, do you have a white mother and white father?
What's important is
wait. I don't like when people push me. Seriously, I don't like that. Dr. Richardson, do you have a white mother and white father?
What is important right now?
What is important right now before the guests come on, Dr. Richardson? You're the doctor, the only doctor on this show. Liberians are listening to you right now. Do you have a white parent? I'm not trying to discriminate. I'm just asking you.
What is important right now? We have a minute 12. Whose son will say he's a
somebody white man, a white father, white mother?
Somebody who is a traditional Liberian.
You want to borrow my glasses? I can borrow my glasses. So you
can look people call him a
Liberian. You cannot determine the people Jane by.
Get genetic testing on the show.
Somebody do the right thing there, right?
Go ahead, Eduardo, talk to us.
And what is interesting is we got people who, calling themselves indigenous Liberian right now, who came to support the Liberian people to change our country. They're suffering our people more than anybody else that we can think about. That's how we should define what a Liberian is. Who lost our country? Who's patriotic? Who wants change? Who wants better?
Exactly.
So that's push me.
Mm-hmm. Stanton, you sure you want to go there? I think she's really equipped to defend herself. But
no, she always equipped. Go ahead, my brother Eduardo.
No, man, I love to welcome the audience as always. It's a tremendous honor to always be here to speak to our people. Without you, my people, they think ain't happy yet. So we always want to appreciate you, Mr. Gray, Colonel Gray, Dr. Francine, Mr. Weatherspoon, and everybody else joining us to this, man. Come on, let's talk about Liberia. It always gives me great pleasure to talk about this country because Colonel Gray, back to you, brother.
Colonel Gray, it's good to see you. We can't hear you. Unmute yourself.
I say, is this the intro?
Yeah.
Well, for me, I'm concerned about Prince Johnson making a statement. I would like to reason, to go into his head and see what he means by that. Because the way it sounded is like if Unity Party does not win this election, there'll be war. The soldier. I'm concerned.
I got this statement here. That's not true. I got this statement. I can read it verbatim.
No, wait. You don't have to give me
verbatim. 2 minutes.
You don't have to give me a verbatim for what he says or not. The other day, he denied me about there's no breach to the
Asa had
Bassa Community College, and I posted in the chat. I don't know if you're there, by the way. Sometimes don't be in a haste to just jump in and debunk because you think someone steps on your toe. Well, allow you to cool down a little bit. But Prince Johnson made a statement. You're a soldier man, but I don't know if you did military communication. That's my MOS, by the way. So when he makes a statement, um, we have to go into his head to see exactly what he's trying to say. Anybody could win this election. Even CDC could win this election. Are you saying that if CDC wins the election, it's unfair? They can't win? They didn't win? What if our Unity Party does not make it to the second round? And ANC or CPP and CDC make it to the second round? Would you say they cheat? Therefore, you're not going to accept? I mean, statements are made, but we have to go into the heads of people who make those statements. Not people who hanging around. That's why I would like for leaders to give us their own vision and platform, not people hanging around them suggesting what they would do or what they would not do. Those of us who are communication experts would like to hear from the horse's mouth. That's where that statement come from. Not people hanging around, in their own estimation making statements. So that's my open statement. But I'm hoping to hear much about what transpired
Make a
today.
correction. We're trying to agree.
I need to
Colonel
hear
Gray did not tell the
what
truth. I have to make a correction here.
what you all didn't say.
Yeah, you said to Bassa High School. There's a difference between Bassa High School and
I
Bassa
didn't
Community
say
College.
Bassa, I said
There are
Bassa
two different
Community.
institutions.
No. Your ear keep.
But no, y'all hold on
Okay,
now.
go back
Y'all
to the
hold on
tape.
now. Gray and Eduardo. Let's just give our opening, then we can get into the nitty gritty.
Yeah,
Okay.
Darlo, go back and listen. I said Bassa Community College.
Thank you, Gray. It's not time to go make the. We're gonna come in. Y'all will fight each other if you like. But I just want you guys to give your intro, and then we can start the show.
I don't know about Bassa High School, Bassa Community.
I know sometimes Gray made a mistake. He said Bassa High, but now he said Bassa Community. We take
No,
either
it's
which
Bassa. I said Bassa. Well, maybe I said Bassa
you
College.
guys are military guys. I spent 4 days in the army. You guys spent years in the army, so we are not of the same level. Dr. Francine, can you give us your 2 minutes?
Yeah, it's good to be here again today. It's been a busy past couple of days involved with work activities. I'm really interested in speaking about a better Liberia today, and I believe strongly that Mr. Alexander Cummings can bring that change to Liberia. I believe that he has the experience, he has the skill set, he has the ability, he has the persona to bring change to Liberia, and I want Liberians to truly consider in the next couple of days who they're selecting as a leader. It's a big decision that we have to make. Do we want to move our country forward, or do we want to stay stuck, or do we want to go backward? Those are the three things that we have to decide.
Thank you very much, Mame. Thank you for joining us. We're going to start this thing. I'm looking in the back. Ambassador John Badu is almost set. Once he's in motion, we're going to bring him on. Mame, your 2 minutes, sir.
Yeah, just picking up from where Dr. Francine stopped about moving forward, moving backward, or staying to where we are. Just want to call on Liberians all around today, Councillor Gonglo and the Vice Standard Bearer, Dr. Jakpawolo, are in Bon County moving around, telling people about the possibility of a better Liberia, telling them that all is not lost. There is still bright light at the end of the tunnel. And that bright light is not the light of a passing train. It's actually a stable light that can shine and improve, the condition in our country. When Councillor Gonglo talks about fighting corruption, it's not only about arresting people and putting them in jail. That's not all about fighting corruption. It's about saving resources and investing them into the people. Resources that people would have otherwise stolen and placed in their pocket will be protected and invested into schools and hospitals. When we talk about ensuring discipline in public service, it's not only about catching criminals, it's about correcting the system, improving the system. So as we go towards the election, we ask people to look towards Councillor Gonglo. He provides better alternative, than the United Party and the current CDC. CDC is a mess. Everybody see it. We only need to just muster the courage and see how we can move forward outside of what they're doing for Liberia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, folks. Because we are waiting for Ambassador John before we continue with this program, let me play. This is from Sierra Island. Since our brother Conor Grace saying that he disliked the statement from Planet Johnson. Let me play this.
Greetings to all our partisans of the Coalition for Democratic Change. Greetings also to all well-meaning Liberians and peaceful citizens of this country. We have been listening out for the last few days, and we've been listening to, let's say, former General Prince Johnson trying to make some intimidating and beating war drums. We want to make it very clear to Senator Prince Johnson that he's no lord and master in this country. No one is intimidated by his sentimental and threatening statements. He cannot threaten a duly elected government, a legitimate national government, and sit around here trying to intimidate people. Nobody will submit to Prince Johnson. He's nobody, and he should respect himself, otherwise we're going to disrespect him. He should watch himself. Nobody is scared of war in this country, and he should not bring no war drum and start beating unnecessarily in this country. We are not interested in violence. We are interested in going through a democratic process. If he does not respect the democratic process that made him senator and change his life, he should respect God that he claimed to serve. You cannot threaten the people of Liberia here every day, war. If we don't win, there will be war, Arab Spring. Who in the hell is he to talk about Arab Spring or intimidate anybody? Those who know Senator Prince Johnson, please warn that man that he should respect his age as an elderly citizen in this country. If he wants to be recognized and respected, he must respect himself. Nobody. You cannot destroy the peace that we are enjoying in this country simply because of your own personal desire and your ego. I'm certain that the people of Nimba do not listen to such callous and reckless statements that are made by him. And I want to make it clear, sound it out to all our partisans and all citizens of this country. Do not listen to any junk of that nature that's being propagated by Senator Prince Johnson. The people of Nimba County do not follow him. They are not going to follow him down a slippery road. They have built their county. It's developed with industries, factories, processing plants, and all those things are in Nimba. People are living a peaceful life and enjoying themselves and trying to build their future. He should not come and destroy it because he thinks that people will capitulate when he begins to make statements. He's a former general, a failed general. He did not succeed in no military thing. I mean, he has to watch himself, otherwise we're going to label him all sorts of names. We respect the Farmington Agreement that was signed between and among us, and those who do not respect it, then they should get out of the democratic process. We want to proceed. If he got a political drum to beat, let him beat it. If he has any positive comment to make about the democratic process or admonishment to our citizens, he should do that. And stop threatening people. Nobody's going to fall for that. And they got men in this country. We are men in this country. We cannot be intimidated by nobody. So he must watch himself, and nobody should pay attention to that callous, reckless old man who has nothing decent to say but war. We want to sound a warning to him. We'll continue to deal with the political process and continue to go on and campaign vigorously in all counties to make sure that the Coalition for Democratic Change win another 6-year term. Like it or not, we are on top of it, and we're going to continue to push forward positively and democratically. No intimidation. We are not threatened by him. He should go and sit down somewhere and respect himself and his family. God bless you. Chief Siri A. Allen.
Thank you, Duadu. You actually wanted to respond. I'll held you back because I knew I had a clip to play, and that's exactly Retire Corner is alluding to. The statement from Prince Johnson Dualu. Now there you go in the CDC chat room. Siri Adam is quoting his troop. He is quoting all the guys saying, you know what? Don't listen to Prince Johnson. This is troubling them. This is very, very big. I want only you to address this briefly. Then I'll bring in Ambassador John on for us to start the show. Do you want to go ahead?
Yes, Stanton, thank you so much. And I want to read verbatim what Prince Johnson said and let the audience decide whether there's a war drum he's beating or not. Let me see this is what he said. He says, this is the statement. He said a bunch of statements, but this is the statement they're alluding to. He says, before the October elections, Liberians are coming out under the banner, don't try it. Any attempt, the people's power will be exercised like the Arab Spring. You will shoot your gun. You will kill us or you will die. No more fear. Liberians don't have fear anymore. Now, I have to make this disclaimer because there are foolish Liberians that will take one thing out of context. I do not support the crimes that Prince Johnson committed in the past. Prince Johnson is a warlord. Anybody who participated in the war the way it was done like Prince Johnson should not be partaking in our political affairs. With that said, I have to be very, very clear here. Prince Johnson is stating something that every single Liberian has said. We want a peaceful election. Liberian citizens are not going to be intimidated, not by this administration. I hear no war-like the tone there. I hear absolutely nothing there. This is not in defense of Prince Johnson, but it's in defense of common sense. So people should start pushing the thing around. He didn't talk about I'm going to go bring war. He said, listen, you're not going to threaten us. And he's right for saying this because every time somebody else comes out and tries to criticize the CDC administration or try to protest, they put soldiers in the street to threaten people. In the beginning, before the June 7 protests, there were literally mercenaries that would cover up, marching on Broad Street to intimidate people. This is the kind of behavior he's alluding to, not suggesting to bring war. Let's stop
Thank
this.
you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Dualu.
That's what I want to say. Back to you. I want to say this sentence. The Colonel Grade, they say Bassel High School. I just went back to the tip. Maybe he made a mistake. We were talking about Bassel High School. My father never taught a Bassel community. He taught a Bassel High. You said Bassel High, Bassel High, Bassel High. Maybe it was a mistake, but that's what I was talking about. Thank you so much.
I just told Nelson to cut the clip just to make a very clear correction on the show. And Nelson is going to do it because I heard Bassel High. But then we'll give it to Colonel Green when he hears himself, then he can address it. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to bring in our first guest for tonight, Mr. Ambassador, this former Senator of Maryland County, John Ballard. Let's just bring him in at this time. All right. Good evening, sir. At your end, good evening. How are you doing today?
Well, I'm fine, thank you. And thank you for the invitation to appear on your great show. Thank you. And greetings to all of you in the studio.
You are quite welcome, sir. Because what's going on here? I saw you today in front of the LDEA, and you were surrounded with some youth and older men and women. Let's just get into it directly because we totally against time. I will give you the time to address your presence in front of the LDEA, sir.
Well, a couple of days ago, a group of anti-drug campaigners, different organizations came under one umbrella structure, backed by former DEA officers, and they expressed the desire to go public on accusing the DEA of being an active player in the drug crisis in Liberia. Well, over the years, we have been speaking to the fact that the DEA had been crippled by design to be ineffective in fighting this drug menace. We've spoken to the DEA. We've had meetings with them. An organization I manage called We the People, together with 10 other anti-drug organizations. We met with the DEA. And we listen to their frustrations. Why are things like this? They mentioned no money, they cut their salaries, they cut their budget, they didn't have any logistics, not even motorbikes to fight this thing. Okay, so we stood in the defense and we made this case. But under the same breath, upon listening to testimonies of these young people who themselves were being in the forefront of the combating drugs long before we have started speaking on it, backed by DA officers who asked to meet with me to present audios, to present stories, testimonies about the involvement of the hierarchy of the DEA. And they had expressed the desire to go public, but were being intimidated on a daily basis and afraid to go to the extent that they needed to go to get the nation's attention. Well, so they asked me, and I offered to join them. And true to their fears, they were being blocked by the DEA and the officers from protesting in front of the DEA. They were stopped from activating the PA system, and were asked to go on the road far away from the DEA office. I had gone there, and I had made it clear that where they were protesting, where they were speaking was a public space, and as a result, the DEA or no other security entity in this country had the right to tell them to vacate that space. And so we stood by them, and I challenged them, and they became paralyzed by that. They couldn't even move beyond that. We even authorized the people to put a PA system up. But interestingly, they have gone to warn the fellow, say, you right here, your shop right here. Let the people go, you'll see what will happen. So this fellow was afraid. He told these young people that no, he couldn't do this, he couldn't do it for fear of his business. So we used whatever microphone they had. Because the most important thing, more important than the loudness of the voice, was the transmission of the message. And so we had very huge media presence, notably the Spoon network that gave us the largest coverage, and the entire country has followed now because of Spoon. And so the message was carried out. I had called on the president to come home and deal with this situation that he has been largely responsible for creating in the country. And I challenged him to investigate, open an investigation, listen to the former DEA officers, listen to what they have in their possession, entertain them into a full-fledged investigation, and dismiss these people who are found guilty.
Do you think
because sometimes
do you think the president get the guts, the mind to dismiss the DEA director that on tape, and we will play those clips over here on the show, on tape, he's saying bring me the house substance. He using the F word. He jailed the individual, the whistleblower. He said he would go after them. Most recently, last week, he received a text, death threat. We will come and effing you up. And the president at the United Nations, another consignment of drugs, hit the Rawa International Airport. Our guys drove behind the very DEA pickup truck. They gave the guy Huawei. They gave my reporter Huawei, and they escaped. Where are we, sir? You think the president get the mind, the gut to come and just execute his presidential authority and remove his DA and the director and deputy? Do you think he's going to act in that interest?
To begin with, the president doesn't have the political will, not only to combat drugs in this country, but to move this country forward. Two, he lacks the ability to even enforce such a visionary approach in combating drugs and developing this country. Three, they protect themselves and the inadequacy by bringing in their loyal partisans with no expertise and with no knowledge in what they're being asked to do. So what we have in this country, in the layman term, is a play-play country. Play-play leadership. It doesn't bother them that these kids are on drugs and they're going zogos, and instead of dealing with the situation, they think by changing the nomenclature, at-risk youth. I wanted to even understand what at-risk youth is, or what's a less fortunate youth, disadvantaged youth. I wanted to understand that the problem goes away by changing the title. These are Zogos. Zogos are the worst, the most degenerated portion of our citizenry. And why are they like that? Were they born like that? No, they're victims of drugs. Drugs that this government has closed a blind eye to and have been a major participant in exploding into this country. So whatever comes from the president lips at this time is all lip service, it's all political gimmicks, it's all cosmetic, and it's all short term.
My last
They
question.
don't mean it.
We will move around in a cycle because the other folks got to join us in this conversation, Ambassador. Allegation of bundle protocol, chief protocol to the president. Allegation of the president's own son, Chambuya. And for the record, let me announce, I will announce for the record, we are talking about drugs and all this stuff. They are putting another court case against and threatening Spoon Network with a shutdown. We received the document. They are threatening Spoon Network from Samatua and his rest of his gang with another shutdown, 18 days to the election. But let me go back to this, Ambassador. Finabunda directly with the president, trial with the president. His son's name is mentioned. The allegation that Chambuya is the ringleader in this thing. His brother-in-law, the allegation that Michael Dunkey is directly involved with the resources of the country and importing drugs. The allegation on tape, the LDEA director and the deputy director. Mr. Ambassador, if you take one, you got to take them all. Do you think the president will go that high enough? His son, his brother-in-law, his chief of staff. I want you to speak to Liberians tonight, or your effort on the street today, where you just fall flat.
Well, let's get it clear. They will rather close Spoon Network to deal with the revelation that Spoon Network is providing the nation. You know, when you have the free press, it is precisely for this purpose, to help you, to inform you on things that you would not ordinarily have access to. And for a good leader, you will investigate anything that comes up on a credible news network like yours. But no, they're not interested in that. They say these guys are embarrassing us. If this president meant well, would it take so long after they discovered this thing with Finabondo name on it allegedly, without Spoon and other network raising this issue? Why should it take so long? These people have, by design, deliberately made the DA and the DA agent vulnerable, underfunded, and at the mercy of those who will give them handouts. So their loyalty are to those who will give them little peanuts to take care of their families. Because if the DA was capacitated and properly funded, and these people were paid, they would do that job. But if someone is giving you money that will compensate for your salaries that have been cut to $78 salary, $65 salary, your budget that has been cut. And I'm glad there was some fact checking done. And those who did the fact checking said I was largely correct about the underfunding, deliberate cutting, successive cutting of the DEA budget and all of this. So no, they don't have no political will. They have no good intention. And when some of us are fighting this battle and holding them accountable for the drugs that's in this country, it's a passionate fight. It is not because we want to fight. It's not a political thing. Yes, we're politicizing it. We're making a political issue because it is at the bottom of the livelihood of the citizen of this country. These people don't have jobs. You're not giving them jobs. You're not capable of giving them jobs. You cut their parents' salaries. You don't have no education for them. You don't have no skills acquisition for them. And you give them drugs. You flood the market with drugs. And the interesting thing, let me help you understand this thing, Stanton, and the rest of you. All of the positive forces are working together in this country today to bring this government to the point that we will kick them out in October. All this information that's leaking, they are not coming from the DEA. They are coming from those conscientious Liberians, the patriotic Liberians, who are, though they are working in the system, they are feeding the Republic and some of us this information. And this is why it's going, and they will continue to do so. Now they're panicking. You see, one of the representatives published the other day, for those of you who out there against the government and this and that, will go after you in your ministry and all that kind of thing, threaten the people's jobs. No, I'm sorry, you're not God. You don't own this country. This country existed long before you were born. We established systems that you will never understand. We established standards. This country has reached a level that some of us growing up knew that you would never comprehend. And no, you cannot dispossess somebody of their living, their just jobs and earnest living, because they're not playing partisan politics with you. So to answer your questions, they don't have the political will. They're not going to address this issue, and they think that we are going to let it slide. No, all the fingers are pointing to them. There is a saying that says, if it looks like a dog, it barks like a dog, it runs like a dog, it must be a dog. That is what is happening.
Do you think the president is benefiting from this? Do you think the president is benefiting from these loots, this drugs operation?
I think the entire government are benefiting one way or the other. Otherwise, if it had not been the case, this 100 million drug bust would not have gone like that. It would not have gone like that. One of your panelists, Eugene Fagon, and I keep mentioning what he said, and it makes so much sense. Nobody brings $100 million container drugs the first time. No one does that. You have to test the water. So you start with $1 million, and then you go to $2 million, and you go to $5 million, and you go to $7 million, and you go to maybe $10 million. You know how many containers and shipment you will make before you put $100 million? $100 million has told these people today, my man, we got the best partners in the world. Those guys in Liberia just getting that thing, and that's all they want to know. Because the connection from the airport, the seaport, everywhere, the government in high places, and nothing comes out of it. And guess what? Nothing came out of it. Even when we have the information from the United States government, from the independent sources within the country, you had these people within your reach.
The United States. But let's bring in other panelists, sir, because I will ask you all my questions all through this program, and it will be just unfair to the rest of the guys. Now I'm going to bring in Dr. Richardson Duadu, because how we came on the show, that's how we come in with our question. Dr. Richardson, your two questions, then we go to Duadu.
Ambassador Balu, thank you for joining us today again. I'm also very thankful that you are standing up with people who are protesting against drugs in the country. Do you have any regrets of not standing up earlier, or do I appreciate you standing up now?
Oh no, I always stood up, and it's good you ask these questions, because some people say these things. No, I chair the Senate Committee on Defense and Security. I oversaw the entire restructuring of the armed forces in our security sector in this country. I work with the presidents of the executive, I work with the United Nations, I work with all our West African partners and all of that. We saw this thing coming. That's why we supported the DEA. That's why we gave them the support. Now, my disappointing thing is, and it's not that drugs started with this government. No, and sometimes they get it wrong. We started to see the emergence of drugs that was brought on board by the very warlords, the NPFL. I listened to one of your callers just now, the Chief Allen. These are some of the people that brought the drugs, flooded this thing with all these rebels and killed these children and gave them drugs with NPFL. And now he's pointing finger at someone else. He's pointing finger.
Excuse me, sir.
What moral standing you have to do that?
I'm sorry, Ambassador. We got to hold you on the record. You said Chief Cyril Allen is part of this drugs cartel.
With the NPFL, they brought it. They started this thing in this country. We never knew this problem before in Liberia.
Wow.
They made the children so high on drugs. The children sang, "You killed my mind, you killed my power. I will vote for you." No normal citizen would do that. They had people beating their own parents. You had children manning checkpoints and killing elderly people, raping elderly people. That's what they did to this country. So when we took over, we had this problem. We saw it coming. And so we supported the DEA. Now, what I'm holding this government accountable for is not that they brought drugs. but they made drugs to explode in this country never before, like never before. While we were supporting the DEA, they cut the budget of the DEA successfully throughout the years. While we were increasing the people's salaries, they cut their salaries. While we gave them logistics and equipment, they removed everything. They didn't give them anything. So what is more important than the disappearance of drugs is how you fought the fight.
Mhm.
You were supposed to have a better edge in fighting it because we gave you a better environment to fight these drugs. But no, they dropped the ball. They knew that this was a money-making thing. You had a president who was carried away with luxury, playing a football style and think that it's the same fun thing we play in Liberia when you got children that depend on sound leadership. When you got 5 million people. So he comes home with a plane. One day we ask, where you got the plane from? Oh, my friend gave me it to blow my morale. You are president, man. You don't do that. This shows a clear indication the kind of leader we had. Are we surprised? No, we're not surprised. We're not surprised. Who are you putting to be chief of security at the Freeport? Who are you putting to these places? Today there are some drug dealers who have been employed with the very DEA.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. We got to go because
only one thing to do in this country right now to stop these drugs, to stop the proliferation and explosion of Zogos, is to go to the source. That's Georgia and the CDC. We need to get them out of here.
Thank you, Ambassador John Balu. Dr. Richardson, your second question.
Yeah, no further question.
Thank you very much. Because we have to run, we got another person coming in. But we want to squeeze Ambassador. We want to squeeze him with a lot of questions. Let me go to my brother Dualu. Brother Dualu.
Ambassador, Senator, what do you make of the Prince Johnson comment that everybody's up in arms about? I don't see anything wrong with it, but I want to hear your perspective on it.
Well, I will go back to what was in Gray, and he said it's good to hear from the house's mouth. If you can just play what Prince Johnson said, and we listen to it so that we don't start talking things like this. Okay, because you sometimes read an article written by a journalist who is also, has his political views. So I don't want to discuss.
We are uploading it. We're going to play it, sir.
Fine. When you play it, then we'll deal with it.
Thank you. So let's move on to the drugs question. If you do have one, Dualu.
Okay, let me ask my second question. Yeah. So my second question would be to you. We've spoken about the danger of we as presidency. A lot of people who don't understand how dangerous to continue with this man. What can you say to them for them to understand how dangerous this man's president?
Okay, it is as. Can I answer you? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
It is as dangerous as having a plane with 100 passengers in there, and you have a pilot who got no clue about what to do at the cockpit. He has no clue. And so you say, the man will try. You know what it means when you have a pilot who had no idea and he's pressing all the buttons there, you thousands and thousands of feet in the sky. You got your family waiting for you home. Are you going to get to your destination? When you do things for the wrong reasons, you have the wrong results. When you do them for the right reason, you have the right results. I keep saying this thing to the seditions. If you, especially to the older ones, if you have a 3-month-old child who needs to do a heart surgery, who do you give your child to operate on? A doctor or your best friend? The man who gave you $5 every day and carry you and give you a job or take you to work and do that, or a doctor? Who do you allow to operate on your child? You know very well it will be a doctor. Even if you're not speaking to that doctor, you will beg him. Because when it comes to delivering, you can't compromise competence. A true leader must possess three qualities. He must be competent, he must be honest, someone with integrity, and he must be someone who loves his people. Now, clearly, President Weah is disqualified under the first requirement. He's not competent. Nobody ever dreamed that he was competent. We only have a society where our people are not so educated and not so wise that we go with the masses and make decisions that affect generations. Is he a man of integrity? I doubt it. I doubt it. Does he love his people? Maybe. Because we all love our people. We all love our country. Maybe that's one common denominator we all share. But with integrity and competence, no. And so if he's lacking those two, he cannot be a good leader. If he's lacking any one of them, he cannot be a good leader. So the answer is simple. George Weah and the CDC just came here to have fun. They didn't know the consequences. And the sad thing about it is the people who are suffering the most are the ones who are being fooled by them and following them. And then when the elections start coming, they'll fill football pitches. Let them play. Let the children see. Let them play in the community football. Go to the CDC headquarters. They play music all day. Children drinking and dancing. All the community parties and parties pay all the artists money, tens of thousands of dollars. And I look at the artists and I look at them. I said, dear God, help us. I, as chairperson of the board of directors of the Liberia Movie Union, I put $150,000 in the budget for the artists, the movie union and the collective society, all those artists. This government came and removed it, penniless. But they are the one campaign time, getting small money, and they're down running behind them, singing. They don't know they are entitled to the fair share of the budget to help build the capacity of artists, but they're yet doing that. It's the same thing they did with the journalists. Today, you have a lot of journalists now who are praising these people. And when the Spoon Network will not do it, they want to close you down. And believe me, they will try to close you down, and they will probably succeed in doing that. So you must be proactive in your thinking. The Liberian people must be proactive, take an avant-garde posture. The Spoon Network is in the vanguard of our own democracy, the protection of our democracy, where the voiceless can be heard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Abalo. Again, I always go back to Fagon when he said these things. Whenever our program comes on, the internet has been jammed, the station has been jammed. I'm in the bag, I'm new to myself, guys, and it's just tripping. But during the day, Ambassador Abalo, like, there will be no problem. The station, all three of them will run freely and on a good condition.
It was jam also when Unity Party was launching on Sunday. It was jam.
Yeah, it's very, very concerning. Just when we start Spoon program and we get into the real conversation, Duadu, we just off and on the Christmas light. But we'll manage it some way, somehow. We will.
But let me say something else, Stanton, and to the rest of you there. A couple of days ago, about a week ago, a fellow came to my house trying to infiltrate my system and security and all of that, under the pretext that he had a sick person and he wanted money and all that kind of thing. So my people had him sitting outside, and next thing I know, I'm sitting in my dining room, seeing him peeping through the house, trying to find his way through it. I could see him from the porch. So I went outside and started to interrogate him. Say, oh, he works with City Corporation, and he's been with them since 2019. He works with the mayor office, and he's assigned with the security. He's a city police. So I called a good friend of mine, a childhood friend from Sino County who works with the city police, Mr. Wilson, Jimmy Wilson. I called him. Jimmy, I want you to verify this person who says he worked with the city police. And Jimmy interrogated him. He said, yeah, he's been there since 2019. He confirmed that he works with the mayor directly in the mayor office, and that he is, so he asked him, where do you sit when you're here? He said, I sit by the cell. Because Jimmy, who is the deputy also, has his office there. He said, okay, if you are who you say you are, then who am I speaking? And he couldn't answer. So he told him, say, you are a liar and all of that. He told me, say, oh, Senator, that man go. I mean, Senator, no, you don't dismiss this like this. If this man is impersonating the state security, then you must come here and arrest him and prosecute him. Because I'm not just taking this lightly. This fellow could just come here, pretend to be like this, and then come back with armed robbers or people with guns later on and say they're armed robbers. And I made it clear. So they came and they arrested him, and then a day later or 2 days or so later, they asked me to come and sign for him, to send my staff or someone to sign for him. And I refused to do that. I'm saying this fellow, as far as I'm concerned, he did not commit any crime towards me, my person. He might have attempted, but he was apprehended and turned over to you. He said he lived in the neighborhood, and more than 20, 30 people came from the neighborhood, and nobody could recognize him. They even wanted to start to beat on him and things like that. I said, no, we turned him over. Now you are telling me to come and release him, that he's not a criminal, he's just somebody or schemer. I said to them 3 things. Probably, number 1, either you send this person and now you're trying to get rid of him off the record. 2, that you don't care that people impersonate state security, go about, commit crime, and it's okay, so we just continue to let it, perpetuate. Or 3, that you guys don't know what you're doing. In all of these cases, it's wrong, and this has to stop. But the reason why I even went public on this, I was keeping it to have them deal with it because, like I said, he's a friend of mine, and I was trying to get them to look at it. But then, after one of my appearances on the media, a deputy minister, Tompo, had posted, I heard Senator Balu speaking and this. Sometimes it's better to be quiet. And he had a finger like this. And I went public. That is a threat. You don't keep quiet, this will happen. You keep quiet or else. I'm in a very sensitive position. So a lot of other political activists today, actors today in this country. We've seen murders take place in this country unexplained. We've seen the peace ambassador body chopped into pieces. We've seen auditors die like birds. And we will not take any threat lightly.
Thank you.
So the city police must come public to announce about this fellow investigated and show the measures that have been taken. Somebody who says he works in the mayor office. You just got rid of one scandal about somebody working in the mayor office.
Ambassador, what's the fellow name?
One Abu Kamara.
Abu Kamara, thank you very much. As we're going on, we will try to call their attention again. They are hearing you, of course. I want to say thank you for resolving that. Let me bring in my
and I made it clear to this deputy minister. Maybe you think you can go around intimidating other people, but not me. You are on record. And any one of you dare try to insinuate or suggest any slightest form of threat to any of us speaking in trying to save our country, you will be put on record and held accountable by the public. So he's on record, and I hope he takes note for that. Thank you.
Just before we go to, I'm sorry, before, Mama, let me take 10 seconds from you. Folks are asking, and I would just grant their consent by asking you the question, sir. They are saying that they heard you accusing Cyril Allen of drugsing the young men and women and bringing in drugs in the country. Chief Cyril Allen.
The MPFL with the child stealer and all of the hierarchy gave these children drugs. They made these children kill each other. They made them slaughter each other. Senseless. You think we had a revolution here? It was a bloodbath. People who knew what they were doing exploited these children like they are doing now with these children in another form. It was wartime exploitation. Today now it's a kind of a quasi-peace exploitation.
Thank you.
So yes, you heard me right. He and his MPFL gave these children drugs. They fed these children drugs. They brought drugs to this country.
Thank you, Ambassador. Mommy, go ahead.
And they better own on to it. And that's why
All right,
we're trying to quicken this thing. People say birds of the same feathers flock together. That's why they are in bed with the CDC. No difference.
Ambassador Barlow, let me ask you my question. Thank you so much for your expose. Of course, whether at the genesis of the CDC, when Senator Prince Johnson said, if you elect Mr. Weir, there'll be war in this country. He will bring war in this country. Down to when he was attacked to his church or at his church, when he said he got some 500 plus men that he's going to bring to his his protection. Mr. Johnson has never, he has not scapegoat himself to any level. He always beat that one drum. And Prince Johnson is a guy of war history. So when he makes a statement, there's nothing reckless about us looking into that statement with reasonable objectivity. The thing about him, if I may ask, when he says something, we must take it not lightly, but with heavy hands. But my question to you would be, the United States has done everything possible to show us that they're partnering with us with this drug epidemic, whether calling the president to the CIA headquarters or vamping our security forces, or down to the separation of the DEA from the National Police anti-drug unit, anti-narcotic. Now they're by themselves. They've shown us that they are there always, because drug is a universal epidemic. So they are there. Did you think you would have done something special other than just funding the DEA? Other than just funding them, do you think you would have positioned them in a way where the major funding will come from these international organizations other than our national budget?
I'm one person who's on record for recommending that in dealing with the drugs, there are multiple approaches. One, you have to start by capacitating the DEA. That's the agency that we have established constitutionally to combat these drugs. Capacitate them by bringing the right people, capacitate them by giving them the right training, logistics, compensation. Now, when you do that, you establish a strategy of strangulating those drug dealers that are in here in this country. And let me tell you, these drug dealers are well known. They're not something in hidden. Everyone knows who's bringing drugs in this country. They know them. They know all of the ghettos. They know their names. There are even some lawmakers that have been accused. So they know their names. The next thing, and probably most important, is rehabilitation. Because when you stop these drugs, you have to rehabilitate these young people. And this is where the real challenge is. And to do that, we need to have a partnership with the government and the private sector, especially the churches. I think we need to encourage the Catholic Church, the Methodist Church, the Episcopal Church, and all of these Baptist Church, and the Harvest Church, the Winners Chapel, all of these churches, encourage them to have these drug rehabilitation centers, and that government should fund them, and that all of this international funding should go directly to these institutions. Because with that, government can exert a stronger oversight and hold them more accountable, and they can give to these addicts a better rehabilitation, because it is not just medical, it's a lot of counseling, and it's not just psychological counseling, it's spiritual. So when you can have this kind of a holistic approach indeed, and when they have graduating from the rehab, you put them into skill acquisition so that they go and acquire skills. They become plumbers, they become mechanics, they become carpenters, they become tailors, they become all of these things. And when they graduate, we give them a kit, a toolkit, or some package to start something. This will cost us a lot. But if this is the cost to redeem the youth of this country and put us back on track, then so be it. We have to assume the cost of our negligence in dealing with the youth of this country. But unfortunately, this government has no clue of what to do and has no intention of what to do. They will not strengthen the DA because that will undermine their own operation. That will compromise their own partnership that they have with these people. And they will not take this country anywhere. One thing I needed to do in this drug war, the first thing is to get rid of this George Weah and his government.
My second question would be that you oversaw national security as well as on this this issue, this menace, this drug menace, and one could say this regime inherited a national infrastructure with porous borders, where people can stroll into our borders, their hands swinging, bringing anything. Meanwhile, you oversaw that gamut. At the same time, one can also reasonably say that the problem with the DA is management. Tell us exactly what you did to strengthen those two weaknesses that existed when you created that agency.
You
What about blaming others now? What did you do?
You are speaking of what they inherited. I wonder if you of all persons will have an idea of what we inherited. You get me? And government is continuity. Every nation is expected to progress based on the work of your predecessors. We inherited a budget of $80 million. That's what we inherited. We inherited a lawless society brought upon by the MPFL, by the likes of Cyril Allen. That's what we inherited. We inherited a society broken down, where the president is a renowned war criminal that is today in prison for life. What did we do? We didn't go about blaming people. We thank Judy Bryant for carrying this country for election and giving us a clean slate to begin with, and we set to work. We strengthened the DEA by bringing people of credibility and substance to serve in that capacity. People who were vetted. Now we're people with drug record already, people who got reckless lifestyle. And we funded the DEA with what we had. That porous border that you talk about, it's not just our border porous. All our West African borders are porous. But we managed to man the one we had with international partnership and training, and we posted our people, we trained them, and we paid them. Those borders were manned with people that we sent for training abroad. I went to Ghana on many occasions to greet and speak to my graduating classes in these security agencies.
Thank you, Ambassador.
We gave this country the best that we could have under the circumstances.
Thank you.
So if you ask me, what did we do? I just told you what we did. But they were expected to do better than us because we gave them a country with a budget beginning $550 million. We inherited $20 million. We gave them a DA who was trained and capacitated with salaries that could make them to begin to work. We gave them logistics. We gave them support. They took it away from the people.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Are you understanding me?
Ambassador, can you hear us? Can you hear me?
I can, loud and clear.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Let me bring in Mame. Mame, your question, please.
Yeah, Ambassador, I really like how fiery you are today with the issues and how pointed you are with your facts. You were talking about love as one of the characteristics of leadership. George Weah loves the people in the southeastern region. He doesn't hate them. But because he doesn't have the capacity to help them provide employment, attract investment, build roads, that's the reason why they're struggling today. So I just wanted to point out that before I ask my question. I'm seeing.
Are you from the southeast?
No, I'm not from the southeast. I'm from the western region.
Then you should ask me if you love or you don't speak for us.
Okay. But it's not the crux of my
Because if you love somebody in 6 years, it would not be only one time you visit when Senator Balu be blasting and you say you can't go back to tell the people thank you. 6 years, only one time you go to your people. Don't tell me about love. So for the first time in our history, we're going through Ivory Coast to go to our region. Don't tell me about love for the Southeast. He gave his friends who from the Southeast jobs. He didn't love the people. He even know us there. He can't even see us. So maybe you love your side. So speak on your side, but don't talk about love for Georgia and the Southeast because you know about it. You're not from there.
No problem. I accept that. What I was alluding to is love in itself is not sufficient to solve your people's problem. That he might have loved them, but because he doesn't have the capacity to attract investment, to build roads, that's the reason why the people there are suffering. But to the real issue, I'm seeing a relationship between the selling of diplomatic passport and increase in drugs in the country. You as a diplomat and former ambassador, there are stories, and I want you to say this to the Liberian people, that when you have diplomatic passport, you are not subjected to all the stringent measures and you can walk through. Can you confirm that? And if you can confirm that, do you see the relationship between our government selling the diplomatic passport in exchange for people bringing drugs to Liberia?
About 2 months ago, I went with my wife to South Africa, Johannesburg. I had a diplomatic passport. She had a regular passport. She was required to have visa and went through all the formalities. I just walked through. I didn't have to go anywhere for visa. I just got in the plane and got off the plane, and my bags were taken care of. Everything, they were waiting for her. So that answers your question. Who buys passports illegally? You think the pastors do that? The imams do that? The CEO, credible people do that? The academics? No. Criminals. And why do they do that? Because it facilitates the movement. It gives them a cover up. And this government is in bed with this kind of network. That's how come you find one passport scandal after the other. And tell me now, why is it still continuing? You know, things can happen. You don't stop things from happening. You don't have control over things from happening. What you have control over is how you respond to them and what you learn from them and what checks you put in place to prevent them from happening again, because you have something called lessons learned. But no, these guys say, oh, the people will talk 1 month after that, will finish. Spoon will talk. What happened? Then they talk only one ain't finished. And so we're finished.
Thank you.
But they don't know that these things accumulate and they reach a boiling point when the people can't stomach it anymore. And we've reached that point already. So yes, there is a direct relationship between the sale of the passport and the drug inflows into this country and the drug dealers into this country. These guys don't only use it to bring drugs into our country and to move, they use it to take drugs to other countries and to move into other countries. So the whole world now, Liberia is a threat to global peace. The same way we were under the MPF with Syria Island them. You understand me? Where Unity Party had to redeem our citizenship and put us back on the Committee of Nations as civilized people. Today they're going back. Let's talk something else.
Thank you. During President Salih's administration, I can recall, I think, 2 major sale of passport, diplomatic passport. Committee was constituted, investigation was conducted, President Salih took action. And after that action, a reform of the entire passport session was done. And one of the regulations I can remember when I did my last reading was diplomatic passport will only be issued by the president of Liberia or his designated authority in the Minister of Foreign Affairs. So meaning the 2 people authorized to issue diplomatic passport. My concern is with that regulation in place, how can you link the president and the Minister of Foreign Affairs to the sale of diplomatic passport and the drugs in the country? Are you there?
Let me get your question again. How can we do what?
I was saying, under the president, as per the regulation, under the president or his designated authority in the Minister of Foreign Affairs can issue diplomatic passport. There have been sales of diplomatic passport in several times. We have like about 5 different reports. No investigation conducted. I'm asking you.
But I think you already answered the question.
Okay.
I think your statement, your premise has already answered the question.
So now then
everything points to the president.
Then let me ask this question. With the reputation of our passport being damaged as former ambassador, we recently saw data points from the US government issuance of visa. The issuance of visa to Liberians continued to decline since 2017 to today. Liberians in America, when they file for their family back home in Liberia, it takes forever. No response. People go for DV interview, they are denied. They put on administrative processing for years. Do you think this passport issue and the drugs issue is having that trickle-down effect on ordinary Liberians?
Well, I think you're a very intelligent person, you're a very detailed person, and you're a very good researcher. Because you link all of these things to the consequences that people are experiencing. Unfortunately, in Liberia, people don't know why things are happening the way they're happening. But yes, you are absolutely correct. When you do not have control over the accreditation or over the value of your passport, people don't take you seriously. When you don't have value attached to any of your product, whether it's passports or your graduates or your this or your manufacturing, if you don't have standardization, if you don't have control, because they're not going to do it, you have to do the minimum. And if you cannot do that, there are consequences. And people are just going on presidential trips and flooding people to the States and they don't come back. People have problem with that. There are too many things that people take for granted. But you know, our people come to this level and they are sitting down with people around the world and they take it for granted. These people have reached the standards in the world by progressive and sustainable trend in maintaining the standards and the space in the international community. You don't play with it like that. When we took over, there were people in the Liberian embassy in the Saudi Arabia doing all kinds of things. The people closed our thing. President Salif, Unity Party, had to re-establish credibility in the government at home that inspired people to say, yes, we can open your embassy again, we can work with you again. We have become a rogue state. That's where we came from. So when some of you start to say, oh, these people and these people, understand this. Failed state, rogue state, non-existent economy, non-existent, non-functional country. And we gave these people 10 times better off than what they have produced after 6 years. So that's my answer to you.
Thank you very much.
You are correct.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Prince Maxwell. Guys, we gotta allow the ambassador to leave because we gotta move into other conversations. Please go ahead, Prince.
Yeah, I have one question, but before that, I'll just give a support to what Ambula said and what Ambassador said. In 2022, Frontpage Africa reported that that a Liberian diplomatic passport holder allegedly trafficking drugs committed suicide in Istanbul airport. So I just want to bring that up. A diplomatic passport committing suicide with drugs. So that is the correlation. I think that is the centerpiece of what we're all trying to talk about. But my question is relative to the drugs. Ambassador Balu, welcome. My question to you is just one question. How does the increase in drugs and drug addiction in impact public health, social stability, and economic development in Liberia? From your own perspective.
Well, the more drugs you have, the lower your national productivity from the citizens. Today, the number one health problem we have in Liberia, it's not malaria, it's not any of these, a mental illness. Mental illness. The Carter Center has been doing a lot of work, even when I was senator, they started to see this trend. They said, look, let's prepare these things because after war, and they started to prepare, they started to train with Liberian government, started to train some people. This proliferation of drugs has paralyzed the brain power of Liberia, has made our citizens to be non-productive. And if they cannot think well, everything else is affected, the personal hygiene, their health. Today, HIV may be on the increase in this country. Because now there's a place somewhere on 16th Street where people just, sometimes you're on international air. You got to set limits for your country sometimes. These people have now the uncontrollable prostitution at some level just to get drugs. People go to the ghettos and these girls are there and they are just there because of drugs. They don't have means of getting out. Sex slaves. HIV. We need to do a study on this health of our nation now. So our health is seriously compromised. The Public Health Institute has a lot of work to do because for them, it is not just to seize the opportunity of the existing situation, but to adjust to the predictions ahead. So yes, it's directly linked and everything boils down to it. You have drugs. What kind of country you expect? And nobody fool you to think that, oh, drugs are everywhere. I was an ambassador to Qatar. You don't have drugs in Qatar. The government has made it clear that it will go to every length to protect their citizens and their children. So if you had the slightest idea of dealing drugs in our country, you get to the airport, believe me, nobody will tell you you change to pastor or imam by yourself. And when they catch you, they mean what they say. Go to Singapore. Go to countries around the world. Go to places where people are determined to save their citizens and protect their citizens. Now here people bring $100 million drug deal and you let the people go. As soon as you release the people already out of the country, then justice minister say, the judiciary say it's the executive. What kind of serious government is that?
Thank you very much,
What kind of serious people are there? Can the children depend on them?
Ambassador, thank you very much. Before I bring in Fagon, let me do
Yes,
this.
the people responsible to fight the drugs, the DEA. Yes. We listen to the cry. Yes. They say the government cut the budget. Yes. We spoke on their behalf. Yes. We listen to the cry. Yes. They say government cut the pay. Yes. We spoke on their behalf. Yes. We listen to the cry. Yes. They say that they didn't have trucks or pickup or motorbike or load or Jackson. Yes. We spoke on their behalf. Yes. But we also listen to the cry of the people that say the leadership of DA is still involved in the telling of drugs. Yes. And that will speak on behalf of the people. Yes. And as a result, and as a result, we are calling for the government to open an immediate investigation for the leadership of DA and dismiss all of them. If they are found guilty, dismiss them. If I'm here today, it's because I have seen evidence. If I'm here today, I've listened to testimonies. I've seen facts.
Yeah, you carry us. So
we had a discussion with the Election Commission.
Fagon, let's keep that up for a little bit. Fagon, let me bring you in. The work of Ambassador, the work of the Liberian people, those that are very serious to fight. The infested new age of this drugs issue in our country. Something that President we are careless about. He have not spoken He have not said a word. He defied Liberians and said, I will take Finabando with me to the UN. They celebrated, they drank the Hennessy XO. He have promised that he will not dismiss, he will not remove, even give him 4 days to Rawa International Airport management and staff. They are still working the ban going to 2 weeks. Fagon, your question to Ambassador.
Thank you very much. Let me greet all of you and say good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. And good evening to Ambassador John Balut. And thank him for coming on. I have 2 questions.
Good evening.
Men are amassing the resources, wealth, whatever it takes. You have the likes of the Solo brothers, Charles Solo and his brother Peter Solo, former superintendent, Charles Bailey in Grand Jita. You have Representative Grant, you have Dr. George Bully from the Grand Jita end. You have another guy from Sandu, I believe. You have Jonathan Sebwe, Commander Wisa, all those guys down in River G and River Cess, to include Wellington G. Von Smith. You have in Maryland, where you are from, served as senator, well-respected, Senator James Barney. 2 things quickly. Can you guarantee that Maryland will fall? And let me thank you also for coming on board the train and being very instrumental in giving the train some lift. And you have pushed it, and we're still pushing. There are thousands of Liberians listening to you via the internet or channels. Over 1 million plus Liberians to 2 million listening to you via radio, almost in every county. And a lot of them, through my eyes of faith, are asking, this is Senator Balu. He can move Maryland if he wants to. They want to hear from you. Can you guarantee that Maryland will fall to the opposition, and in particular, in this case, the leading candidate for the opposition to which you sign up, Ambassador Joseph Juma Boakai? If so, what are you doing in Maryland, or when do you intend to arrive in the Southeast, or what efforts are you putting in either ways? I think you're muted. I think you're muted.
Am I? I don't think so. I don't see it here.
Yeah, you're fine. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
So
yes,
you good.
we can
You
hear
good,
you,
Ambassador.
yes.
You're good. We just try to mute
Hello?
everyone. Ambassador, you are good. We can hear you. You're fine.
Okay, good. On a daily basis.
All right, so his internet went off. The ambassador, he was fine. I see that he's coming back on. Gibson Jerry's in the back. Thank God he's in the back. Fagon, we'll wait when the ambassador come on, then we're going to go ahead into your question. While we wait for the ambassador, we're going to use some airspace. Fagon, look at these things. And you can speak on it if you like, because you have the floor, Fagon. You're muted, Fagon. Can you unmute?
Stanton, if I didn't get redress from $100 billion worth of hard substance, which is cocaine, heroin, if I did not get redress from $40 million worth of hard substance, heroin, cocaine, meth, whatever, if I did not get redress from the ship that ran aground in Cape Mount, the one in Maryland, if I cannot get redress from the drugs they busted at the Sierra Leonean border, the Ivorian border, I didn't get redress from drugs busted from anywhere, the ones from Ivory Coast through Grand Jita that you're showing. If I didn't get redress from the one that just came through the airport, whatever, we keep bringing these pictures, we keep showing these people, We keep getting the commentary. And will anything come from drugs in our country? There is a drug baron who has become president of our nation. One who was arrested in Maryland and at the scene of a drug bust. One who appointed a guy deported for drugs at the Freeport. One who positioned his men at every port of entry and has proven that the drugs are coming in from multiple locations through our porous borders. So the reason why you see me quiet when you're talking about the drugs, because there is no 2, 3, or 4 solutions to this problem. There is only one way to save Liberia from drugs, and that is to get rid of the baron. Once you replace this government, you will take care of drugs. Is there anyone on this platform that can show me any other way to get rid of the infestation of drugs, the importation of drugs? Is there anybody on this platform with the brain to set this up? There is no way. There is no way. So in my opinion, thank God we have the ambassador back.
Yep. We've also been joined by Toba Yenswa. We said thank you. The reason why this is the Senator-in-Chief when you talk about public health, and we would like to hear from him. The many death and problem in our country among the youth, like Ambassador been saying, people on the street corner doing sex for drugs. How damaging, and the drive to take our country to hell on this issue. So we're glad to have Toba Yenswa. He will speak on that for a few minutes. Let's wrap up with the ambassador to your question. You like to repeat your question, Sargon, for the ambassador to answer?
Well, he asked me what was I doing on the ground in Maryland.
Okay.
Like I said, on a daily basis, my interviews are played on the radio stations. So our people are relating to the message. We are expected to be in Maryland County anytime soon. We are accompanying the rescue team, the Maryland County delegation. I'm going to feature in that on our delegation very significantly. And we're going all out there to educate our people. We can only speak the truth to our people. They can choose to listen to us or not. But the important thing is, this country is moving forward. So whether you choose to listen in Nima, Bong, Grand Bassa, River Says, Maryland, or River G, or anywhere else, the choice is yours. This country will not change by 1 or 2 persons. It has to be a collective effort and a holistic effort. If you want your life to change the things that got you backwards. Stand up before I leave. So you Jane, I'm going to be in the county. We're going to campaign. We're going to do what we have to do, and we're going to give it a fullest support. They are waiting for us. Before I leave, I want to encourage you. There is a group called the Movement for Transformation for Wayward Youth. It's an organization of former drug users, kids who spent 10 years taking these hardcore drugs, 5 years, 4 years, 3 years. They have been in the ghetto. They see the DA officers. They see the things that go on. They know everything. These guys have trained themselves and they have formed an organization to fight drugs and save the rest of their colleagues. They are going from schools to schools to teach, to talk to the kids about it. So if you have the time, I will encourage you to invite them, 4 or 5 of them, to explain the story and let them tell you how their colleagues, their friends are dying on a daily basis in the ghettos. They go back there and they shed tears because every day someone is dead. You think that statistics, they've been keeping it? You think they're revealing that statistic to the country? These kids will tell you what goes on behind the curtains. What goes on between those zinc shacks in the ghettos. They live there and they are prepared. Nobody asked them to go out. They have come out voluntarily to do that. I was outside.
Before you leave, sir, let me ask you real quick.
I haven't asked my question yet, though.
Sorry, you're quite correct. I'm sorry, but go ahead. Fadiga, go
Senator,
ahead. You are correct.
Senator Balu, I know we've been talking about this passport stuff, but if you've been following the news story, we have a story that we've been investigating in London, but because of time, I won't mention that. Probably we'll find another time so I can send you those information that we spent almost 3 years investigating in London. There's a big passport gate in on our end. But just in recent time, there was a Kenyan national called Stephen Ochen or something that was caught up. I think Stanton, you guys played, that was caught up in this passport thing. What puzzling me, and this is where my question is leading, every time, I think on 2 or 3 occasions now, we have seen drugs being brought into Liberia on Kenyan Airway. Now, not just any airline. Kenya is an airway, it's an international airline. I don't know, but I work in aviation for some time, and I know that it's not just easy to just go and put things on a plane. Why is it that this government, up to now, have not done anything with Kenya, the Kenyan government, through Interpol, whatever agency, to arrest the situation there? Because Kenya have declared war on Liberia. As far as I'm concerned, this is not only a Liberian government issue. It has gone international. My question to you, as a former lawmaker, can the Senate or our legislature summon Kenya Airway or their executive to tell them why they are importing drugs in Liberia and who are their connects in Liberia? Because this is from a high place source. We see in every government official. People don't just put drugs on plane. They find shady way through the borders, through shady means on ship. But now these guys have become more bold. So can the Senate, can our legislature do something about this as well?
You can do more than that. You can summon the nearest ambassador accredited to Liberia to find out why is it that their security at Kenya is not controlling what's going on here. But be mindful, it is not Kenya. It may not be Kenya that's declaring war on you. It may be Liberians themselves declaring war on their country.
That is where we want to find out.
And the question is, how do they have access to bypass the people's security? Is it diplomatic immunity? That's where it comes into the passports. That's what comes into the government connection, the government implication. And so why aren't they investigating? Is it because of the story that you pull rope, pull bush? So, and I always say this, by their omission or commission, they are held accountable and therefore guilty. Silence in this case is a sign of guilt. They should have claimed our attention now to summon the ambassador of Kenya. If you don't have an ambassador here, the nearest one in the region accredited to Liberia, to come and answer to us and lay a formal complaint. Let the Kenyan authorities investigate the Kenya Airways and investigate the security system. And let us put this on record. If the Kenyan authorities or the security forces allow people to use diplomatic immunity and put things on the plane account, they have undermined the very own security in the state of Kenya and the credibility and the security of the airlines. So they can choose to be silent on it, or they investigate this thing and see where it comes from. Because Kenya Airways himself should be under obligation to restore their credibility. Because as far as we're concerned now, Kenya Airways is a carrier, not just an airline carrier, but a drug carrier. And 1 time, 2 times has become a precedence.
Yeah.
And it has to be corrected. If not by the Liberian government, by their government. If not by their government, the airlines. But why is everybody quiet? Is it because other people are implicated and involved?
Thank you, Ambassador John. We want to say
thank you. That's the only question I have.
Thank you very much, Fadiga. We appreciate your take on the program tonight. Again, as always, you are welcome. The Liberian folks out there, especially on our set, very, very appreciate you. Thank you for joining us, sir. Have a good evening.
Thank you. So I will ask you and your panelists to please dedicate one of your shows to this declaration the Liberian government signed and they're remaining tight-lipped about it. Let the foreign minister speak to this. Let the president speak to this.
We are not
Did
saying
they sign this?
Which declaration are you speaking to, sir?
This is the declaration of the Summit for Democracy held in Lusaka, Zambia, since this year, March. where they signed this document legalizing homosexuality into Liberia, where they signed this document legalizing abortion in Liberia, where they signed this document committing to promoting homosexuality and protecting. Now, I'm not saying whether they're right or wrong, but they owe it to the Liberian people in the spirit of transparency and good governance to say to the people what they signed. You cannot come sign something and come in the country and be quiet about it. Because unlike other countries that signed with reservation, Liberia signed without reservation. There were a lot of other countries that signed with reservation, meaning we don't agree with this one, but we sign with the rest of them. Liberia agree with everything without reservation. Please invite the president of the Bar Association of Liberia to confirm what this means. What is it that Liberian government signed? And the reason I'm saying this, Stanton, and to all of you, today we've seen Muslims united for the re-election of George Weah. We've seen them infiltrating, putting posters on the mosque and trying to go into this direction. I wonder if the Muslims who are speaking to their followers, I wonder if they're telling their followers that their president we are supporting has signed a law legalizing, sign a declaration legalizing homosexuality. If you don't understand what that means, it means man marry man, woman marry man, woman. Legalizing abortion. What does the Quran say about abortion? What does the church say about abortion? What do they say about homosexuality? At some point, the Liberia Christian Association, the Council of Churches, the Interreligious Council, they must speak to this thing here. They cannot remain silent. We're in the middle of a critical election that determines our future in this country. These people are fighting under the radar, giving money here, bribing everybody as much as they can. And people are moving around. You must also tell your Muslim people that you're telling to vote that you are signing for government that has committed a sign to legalize homosexuality. They accuse Cummings in this country. They work on kind of smear campaign on Cummings. The man is a gay, the man is a gay. Today we know who the real gays are. And as the CDC and George Weah government, and if they sign it, the men and women enough, then let them admit to it. If they didn't sign it, they made mistake, then they say they made mistake. But nobody will sweep under the carpet.
Before you leave us to that, real quick, two questions, real quick. One, your foreign minister cannot, it is confirmed, he's placed on visa restriction. He cannot come to the United States. How troubling it is for our foreign service and mission, sir?
Well, this is something that has claimed all of us attention in this country. Now, the foreign minister himself is someone who respects me and I respect him. I don't have an issue with it, so it's nothing personal. We met the other day at the Monsignor Tikpo funeral. He reached out to me, we spoke, we breathed at each other. Very respectful towards me. But we're not talking about friendship club here. We're talking about country. If your foreign minister has some stigma, if your foreign minister has some cloud that undermines his standing in the community of nations, how can he represent the country? And what kind of president or government would be so clueless and insensitive to this fact? That your loyalty to individuals compromise the growth and development of our country? Do you know the importance of the diplomatic code in international community and international system to Liberia? The functioning of our government and our own growth? These people don't care. As far as they're concerned, it's a friendship club. That's why they leave office quick to go to Jamaica, their resort, and go watch football games. Unity Party were leaving office 10 o'clock every night, President Salim, Ambassador Bwaka, working. We used to go to the president's house, the vice president's house to continue work. That's the level we left to reach to the place where people cut the day on a Friday. Thank God it's Friday, TGIF. Imagine government officials talking that. Go to the ministerial complex there. Nobody is working. The whole ministry blank because no electricity, no supply, no water. People don't go to work. The president leaves the country almost 2 months. He out of the country, jolly, go watch football game. Even if you have work, serious leadership, you will break it. You put some interval, you will come home, deal with something, and go back. But no, that's what we are. They will own onto this. The Muslim leadership in this country must tell the followers, you telling your Muslims to follow Joshua. This man signed a gay right to legalize homosexuality in Liberia. The Christian churches must never keep quiet. They have to speak to this. What does the church say? This thing never happened in the history of Liberia before. The same way we never went to Ivory Coast to go Maryland before. Too many new things are happening in this country. Too many. And like I said, I'm not saying the right or the wrong, but it must speak to the fact of what happened. And the president is under obligation, not because he wants to, because he's compelled to, as the president of this country who is answerable and accountable to the citizen. You can't keep the people in the dark. Mr. President, what have you signed? Answer this question. Mr. Foreign Minister, what have you signed? Answer this question. And invite the Bar Association so they can say Balu politicizing it. Let the president of the Bar Association answer this. I send this to Taiwan Gonglo. I send it to Gibson Cheruda for you to be able to discuss it and look at it. Gibson, you read it and you agree that there's homosexuality being permitted in Liberia, didn't you?
Gibson
Good.
he didn't share it with us. Thank you, Ambassador. It's good to have you.
I will send you a copy and the link is there. You all can go on the internet.
The link and the copy. The Gibson refused. Maybe Taiwan Gonglo agree with that signature signing. Thank you, Ambassador. I shouldn't put you in our situation. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and may God bless your work for keeping the Liberian people informed. I ask the Liberian people to remain vigilant, steadfast, and hold on to this network. This is the network that has the widest coverage, that has remained a nightmare to this government and bad governance. So on my note, before I conclude, let me thank all of you and thank our very astute public health specialists who will help us to overcome the Ebola and who put all of the systems in place that we could very easily deal with COVID. And these people don't even understand. They say they deal with COVID better than we deal with it. They don't even know we put things in place, that they will have no clue. The system in place, train people from lessons learned that they can solve any problem tomorrow in the future because of work of people at Togo and Yeswa. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, sir. Have a good night. Yes, indeed, we want to be grateful to Ambassador John Balu Jr. We want to say thank you, former Senator, Maryland County, Republic of Liberia. To you, our brother and our friend, Togo Yenswa, we want to say welcome to the Spoon Talk, sir.
Thank you, Stan. Thank you, Stanton and the team for the invitation. It's a pleasure being here.
You are welcome.
Stanton, let's make a correction, please. Honorable Towa Yinswa holds a doctorate in public health. So he's a doctor, Towa Yinswa, please.
So you know Towa Yinswa more than the man is just 45 minutes from me. May your correction. Now, Babi, now you're funny. No, Tati,
I'm on your door.
Exactly.
Somebody is.
That's an echo in the background. I don't know who's that.
I think that Mr. Yenswa.
That's the guest.
Oh, if there's echo, I can come back in.
Yes,
it's okay now.
Nah. Hello.
Yes.
No. So what else? If you can hear us, we're asking to come back in because is the echo is back. We hope we can join us again. Come back in.
It's from you, Stanton.
Excuse me?
It's from you.
I'm hearing you.
Yeah, one of you have to mute. Either when you talk.
Listen, guys. Listen. Is it from me, Dr. Richardson? Can you hear it?
Not now. After.
Exactly, because it's from him.
Okay. It was
so
from
we hope he can come back on and we can get it right.
Well, let's see what happens when he comes back on.
Okay. Prince, why are you smiling like that, Prince? I'm not going to get into the gender issue. I will be very respectful and say, yes, ma'am. Okay? I know you're bad dude. But I want to say, listen, I know where we're coming from. We're going to bring in Dr. Councillor Jens White again, but we started the show with why do I want to bring you in? We'll go to our brother Gibson. Chief Cyril Allen is directly going after Prince Johnson. Yet indeed, you got Ambassador John Balu coming up and said, no, you started it. You brought drugs in the country. You gave the youth drugs. That was very strong and powerful, Duadu.
Yeah, he had to speak his mind, but I would say this on the issue of drugs being brought into the country. if you are in charge, I'm a big stickler for holding the leadership responsible, irrespective of what happened before. I don't care about it. You have to fix the problem. That's why you're brought in to fix the problem. And we see the exacerbation of the drug problem in the country. They're literally being helped by the government, not fought against. Look, the drug issue, we've spoken about this thing. For me, I'm afraid about the drug. There's nothing scares me about Liberia ever, but the drug issue scares the living hell out of me because I've seen what it can do to a location. And most of our people, we don't have the infrastructure to actually counter this thing. That's why it should be discouraged. That's why other countries discourage this heavily because it's like a virus. Once it hits the system, it got so many effects that you can't even think about. And the systems are not there to protect our citizens against this. So for me, this scares the living hell out of me. I hope our people understand this. But I think what Fagonda said is we got to cut off the head of the very person that's bringing the drug into this country. It's the removal of President we are. You have to remove him. It doesn't mean you're going to solve all the problem, but you can begin fixing the problem in the country. And that's what I would say to that. Give it back to you, Stanton.
Thank you very much. Let's try that to SWAT again. Can you hear us, sir?
Hey, I'm hearing you, Stanton. Are you hearing me?
It's better.
Okay,
it's much
great.
better.
Thank
you very much. So go ahead, talk to us. Just briefly. I do not want to waste your time, sir. That's why I asked you if you can address the human issue concerning these drugs and the effect to Liberia. Now it's not only the drugs, guns, 13 were confiscated yesterday. Where are we? The rise in healthcare, we do not have a complete, adequate healthcare system in the country. And now we're not only talking about opium, marijuana, we are talking about cocaine, crack cocaine. So please, I know where you are. I know which state you're in. You've been down the trenches. But again, this is a new thing for Liberia.
Thank you, Stanton. Let me recognize you and your team for the great job for informing our people in Liberia and globally. Now, the first thing is yesterday, and Dr. Francie Chinaway mentioned the statement and the message that I gave in the text, and I will repeat that. Liberia is likely at the brink of an illicit drugs epidemic, and by now, I think the presidency need to establish a task force because it is both a public health issue. It is a social issue. It's a medical issue. It's a law enforcement issue. So to do this, when an epidemic like this, it needs to be first of all acknowledged. If leadership can acknowledge that and declare that it is an issue, then you can know how to tackle it from all of the fronts that I just spoke about. And it will be catastrophic on our young people, which is already, because if you see young people, all of the issues of anxiety, mental health, exhibiting violence, and you see them watch some of the videos where young people are hitting their heads on poles and all of that, the anxiety, the confusion, and all of that is an issue. And Stanton, where there is strong, very strong correlation between illicit drug use and transnational organized crime, narcotics trafficking, money laundering, and these are the elements that you see right now in our country: trafficking in persons. Senator Balu, who I know very well, mentioned some of the issues. If you check now, though, we need to look at the statistics of increase in diseases like HIV and AIDS and viral hepatitis, because people who use drugs, there is a strong evidence that by using one needle from another person to another person and injecting each other with drugs, they are transmitting diseases like HIV and AIDS and hepatitis. So this is serious. And normally I wouldn't come up. I'm a very issue-based person, and to come on the show and measure and state the effect of this, but now calling the Ministry of Health, Justice Ministry that are in charge of law enforcement, the police, to do something about this is something that a leader, serious leadership of a country will do. You cannot ignore this situation. Ignoring it is catastrophic to the young people like we see right now. Stanton.
I think he's frozen.
No, I'm here. Are you hearing me?
No, Stanton is frozen. Stanton is frozen.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm back. Yes. Yes. The internet went off.
And
Again,
as I said, Stanton, if you see some of the issues that Maxwell was describing, he was asking about the impact of public health. The impact of public health is issue anxiety that you see in the young people, depression that you see in young people. Some of the videos that you watch, they go in the streets, knocking their heads on the pole. That's insane. And the only way that you can tackle something like this is government coming in and instituting programs that are community driven and are community based. That's how you deal with this. And some of the embarrassing situation is Liberians are now being questioned at airport of entrance on what kind of passport is carrying. I know Maswell said a denial of visas. One of the things that Senator Balu mentioned, and I want to reiterate, is we have a national institution that we established after Ebola crisis. By this time, the National Public Health Institute should trigger something we call case definition of looking at who are drug users and are affected with mental health issues. What's the increase of that situation? And to do that, there is a hotline that we created called the 4455. I don't know whether it exists anymore, for people in the community to call in and give their situation that they are faced in their community with the drug issue. Whistleblowers. I know there was a new law passed recently signed by the president. I don't know whether it has been printed in the handbill and is in effect. I saw a press release from the Ministry of Justice, the Minister of Information, who has been arrested, who is accused, who is suspected of these things. There should be arrest by now. People should be incarcerated, and pending investigation, there should be suspensions based on this situation. The gravity is very high. It affects the population of the country. It affects public health. It affects social dynamics of the country. The young people are affected from this kind of thing. So we need a presidential, very presidential, high-level, technical, serious people taking decisions about the issue.
do you think, not to waste your time because we got to go to the phone line early today, do you think that under this government, lame duck session, by the way, though, because 18 days to election, or whether a new government, do you think Liberia is ready to combat?
Now, there are institutions. There are new laws that were created. One was signed on the 12th of July. And that's what I said, whether it's printed into handbill. But look, I don't care how many instruments you sign. I don't care how many laws you sign, Stanton. If there is no political will, those laws will be sitting there. And political will on drugs, all of these money laundering, narcotics trafficking, transnational crimes, you need it at the highest level. And if the higher level does not have the political will to do that, there's no one can do it. This is why you see drugs are still pulling in the country from research, testing, and all of those that have been done. That tells me, and up to now, you have not gotten any statement from national government on how to tackle this issue. There are no suspects, there are no culprits, nobody is held responsible. Investigation reports can never come. So that tells you that the political will is not there, and that will have to be there. And who does that? The Liberian people have to insist for some of these things.
Let's bring in Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, your one question, please.
Thank you for being here, Dr. Niswa. It's always a pleasure having you on this show. If you are called to support the incoming government about, giving them recommendations or consulting with them about, addressing the drug issues in our country, what would you really state? Firstly, like you mentioned something about a 555 number. That sounds like something good to me. But can you clarify or elaborate on that for me?
So we approach it in 2 or 3. There is socioeconomic issue of that. As I mentioned to you, there's a public health aspect of that, and there's a law enforcement aspect of that. And to when you have a crisis, a looming crisis like that, as I described it, it's a looming very looming crisis, the brink of collapse of an epidemic of drugs pooling into the country. You want to create presidential task force, number one. Number two, you want to bring your health and social welfare colleagues issue on the table. You want to bring law enforcement on the table. You want to bring the drug enforcement on the table so that they strategize and devise a short, medium to long time plan. Now, we passed a very, very good mental health law in Liberia. When I was Assistant Minister of Health, I championed the passage of that law, where mental health, dealing with mental health issues, is decentralized across the country from the primary healthcare level to the central secondary hospitals level to tertiary healthcare based on the situation that an individual is faced. I know Senator Dillon created an institution to deal with some of the issues, but Carter Center and the Ministry of Health, the Mental Health Division, was supporting very strongly and training clinicians across the country to be able to deal with mental health issues. That's the public health aspect of that. So I would advise government to put resources, catalytic spending into mental health by buying some of the drugs and resources and detoxing folks that are already into substance abuse use and all of that. That's the public health aspect of it, Dr. The legal aspect of it, as a lawyer myself, the Ministry of Justice have to be strong. I don't think the DA is doing a good job, in as much as they're doing arrests and other things. From what I'm hearing from a distance, though I'm not on the ground, is the DA needs to be empowered to take decisive steps in drug enforcement, illicit drug enforcement. You need very strong people with integrity who will not be compromised to deal with the issue and arrest people and bring them to justice.
Yeah.
So the law enforcement arm is for the Minister of Justice, who is the AG, Attorney General of the state, to appoint special prosecutors who will move very quickly and deal with this issue, arrest suspects, bring them to book, prosecute them. Since the new law called for non-bailable offense, keep some of the people incarcerated until they are prosecuted. That's the legal arm of it. And there's an economic, social aspect of that. The health system will be overwhelmed when a lot of people are going to the hospital because of mental health issues, anxiety, that's when depression, schizophrenia, and all of those mental health issues that people are being affected with in the country. So my thing is, number one, presidential task force, the public health aspects, the legal aspects, and the social economic aspect of that.
Thank you. My second question is something that tends to bother me a lot. Liberia after the war was a perfect situation for, drugs infestation to me. When you have the breakdown in the family structure, people were suffering from the war, there's poverty. That's a relief. And one of the relief is to utilize drugs or, increase our population. And so it surprises me that many people didn't attend to that. I don't know, maybe you did. Maybe you can give me an outline of calling an alarm early on. Now we see 2023 is when we're signing a drug law, to combat drugs. To me, it's just the timeline is just off to me. It's just people waited too long to speak about this, knowing that it was so ripe after the war. So I don't know if you have any response to that, or what are your thoughts about it?
Now, in making law, which is a function of the legislature, it based on societal issues. For you to make law, you might have learned something in the society that affects the common good of the society. So there was a law on a book, 1998, but I don't think it was strong enough. And so the 2023 law that the president signed in July was to impose that. But again, as I said earlier, Francis, let me say this. Laws do not implement themselves. People implement laws. Signing, I hear people say, oh, we signed new drug law, we signed new LACC Act, we enforce this. It's BS to me. It means nothing. Enforcement is the thing. Are the people in charge doing their job? Are they given the leverage and latitude to do their job? And one of the things the Liberian society is not broken down. Let me tell you something, Dr. Francis. When we headed the Ebola response, it was the community people that led the issue. If the government sensitized the community and put systems in place, Liberians are very smart people. They can articulate, they can follow rules, and you can curb a situation. In this case, to mitigate the drug situation, those approaches have to be led by government. You cannot leave government out. Civil society has a role to play, community has a role to play, but the government has to lead that. And that's what I've seen for the number of years that I've worked with the Liberian society and with the Liberian government from several other levels of the government.
Dr. Toba Jenswa, Councillor Toba Jenswa, want to say thank you for giving us some insight into a new Liberia. Thank you for joining Spoon tonight. We look forward to seeing you again. As always, you are welcome, but we say thank you for joining us, sir.
And Stanton, for the next issue that you've mentioned, I can't leave the issue without reiterating my call yesterday that I made. I saw a press release that the National Election Commission is beginning regular press briefings, I think on the 26th or something like that.
Right.
They should make sure, Madam Commissioner, again, I will reiterate what I said. If there is something called romance management, we are now in a Facebook world. There are multiple communication channels. There is television, Facebook. Liberia is completely, the whole world, not even Liberia alone. Communication people are very sensitized right now. They call romance management, Madam Commissioner and Board of Commissioners, the Election Commission. Please be vigilant and listen to the people. Even if it is a rumor, it means a lot. For you to dispel misinformation and disinformation is to give the true story to the people. If you don't give the true story to the people, people are going to speculate, even if you are lagging behind. So your goal here is to inform the Liberian people week by week, and as we get close to the election, you have to ensure that you do it daily and daily. With that, you can answer questions, you can dispel rumors, misinformation, and disinformation for people to have peaceful election. This election is consequential. It is consequential. It is the future of our country. Stanton, please give me a few more minutes. It is the future of Liberia. And so no one. The last time we temporary election, we saw 14 years of civil war. The last time we temporary elections, we saw a coup d'etat. This is the time for you to be meticulous, very specific and precise on what the Election Commission is doing and remain very, very credible as an institution who is the referee at this stage of our election processes, because we want to see our kids in a prosperous Liberia with a great healthcare system, education. Liberia needs to have what they had, very good country that were respected in the Committee of Nations. And they are great people in the race that can do that, Stanton. If I may spend only 1 or 2 minutes more of my time, great people in the race that can do that. Ambassador Joseph Newman Boakai, let me tell you something. Ambassador Boakai was the head of the One Health program. One Health meaning bringing agriculture, education, health, environment, and the animal health sector of Liberia. He headed that program, and it brought 30 million plus to Liberia, and another 15 million under the regional disease control program we call REDICI. Another thing, the youth empowerment program. There was some $10 million put in the budget that Eugene Namwe was the Minister of Youth and Sport at the time. And Vapla was also, I think Eugene replaced Tonora Vapla. Ambassador Boakai led that program. That was the first time I have gone in his office to sit down with him meticulously, supervise that program. For Liberia to have an MRI machine at JFK that people are boasting about, for Liberia to have a CT scan machine at JFK and other priority health issues at JFK, it was Ambassador Boakai's involvement with the Ebola vaccine program, with a program called Prevail, Partnership for the U.S. government in Liberia. He was the chair that brought Ebola vaccine program in Liberia that got JFK as it is. So Ambassador Bwaka is a very meticulous guy. He knows what to do. Mr. Cummings, let me give you a little story. Stanton. Mr. Cummings of recent, when COVID was raging here in Liberia, he needed people to solve the COVID problem. Guess what he did? He picked up the phone himself and reached out to me and said, Tolbert, I want to give a policy to the government of Liberia. I want to do something for COVID. Can you give me a plan in 24 hours? I designed a 7-page plan for Mr. Cummings, sent it to him. Guess what? He got back to me and said, I'm writing the president, I'm writing the government, but I want to mention your name in that plan, that this was your idea. I told him, Mr. Cummings, I don't want to get involved in politics. You're a politician. Go ahead. I want to be a technician in the background. And he gave me credit for that. That's how leaders look for great people to perform specific tasks. Mr. Gonglo and myself were on the EC of the Liberia National Bar Association. I've seen his record. He's a very integrated adult. Mr. Clarence Moriba is a great guy. We worked in the government when he was in the PDU. So there are people that are running for president at this time that Liberia can select from what we have seen, from what they have done, the integrity they have. Please, we need a Liberia with a better future. Thank you.
So yeah, for
I need to ask him a question before he leaves.
No, he gotta leave. You're not asking no question. I will ask the final question. I know where you're going. You name Joseph Bwaka. You name Mr. Cummings, Tewon Gonglo, Clarence Moriba. The Liberian people want to know from you, who are you supporting this election?
Now, for my engagement with the federal government, I cannot support a political party at this stage and support a politician. But I can, as a Liberian, I can give criteria and which I have listed of people the Liberian people can choose.
So we all part of the team. We're not dragging in politics in Liberia. Who you think the Liberian people should vote for? Suggestion, you're not supporting financially. Don't give us the thing and say for my engagement with the American government. We are not looking for your financial support. That will get you into a situation. Verbally on the show, who you think make a better president and who is in the better position to succeed George Manawia? It's just your own opinion.
I think Dr. Usual has stated his position clearly.
No. I beg you, don't do that. Only one moderator here, okay? I beg you, don't do that. Dr. Yeswa, I understand your role in this federal government. Indeed, everybody can say what they want to say. If you start supporting them financially, if you start supporting them in any which way that you must give a report, then you're in trouble. But with your opinion, who you think best to succeed George Manawia on the 10th of October?
Okay, let me put it this way. I named 4 people from my practical experience. Let me give you the other side of the story, Stanton, since you're asking me this. In my 49 years and my 20 years working for government, from KDE, I was secretary in 1999 when I joined the Ministry of Health as a KDE with a deputy minister. At the time, Mr. Taylor was president. And I rose from KDE to secretary. And the last time I left, I was director general of an institution that I created. My 20 years experience, I worked very closely with 2 presidents and 1 vice president. And that president was President Sirleaf when we led the Ebola situation. And I named also what Mr. Bwaka has said. Look, Mr. Bwaka is a great person, very meticulous. He headed ministers, deputy ministers, held them accountable. I was in the president's office when he did that. On the flip side, I spent 22 months working for Mr. Weah. I did not see that in him. I'm a crewman. I'm from Sino. Liberia is at a crossroad. It's not about friendship. This is a consequential election for our country, for the young people unborn. Mr. Weah, we could not finish a $40 million project that I was heading from the American government to build a regional lab in Liberia. I went my shoe heat finish, as Liberian people may call it, to the executive marshal, Mr. Magay, and to where all they were asking for was money in the presence of the president. And I told him, these guys will put you in trouble. So when sanction came, I was not surprised that Mr. Weah was his minister of state and other officials were sanctioned. We have to be serious for our country. This is a consequential election, and putting Mr. Weah back in the executive mansion will be a threat to our country. That's what I can say for this time.
So you name Joseph, you name Boyka, you name Salif. I see the one Congo person and Prince Max were issuing to talk. Why can't you just tell the Liberian people, your crew people that listen to you right now, who is the best to succeed George Manuel Weah?
You want me to?
You serve as an Ebola. You said, yeah, the white man will not understand the crew. Speak crew. They won't understand it.
Okay, send the white man will not speak crew. And you put it, be pretty amo. We are all the sasta or the ground. More than that snorkeling. Ke we are also one better. Also one better and say my better and poeti. Ne player ne one director general ko enfebo ne money offered ne money we abo ko we son we tan we nye we moon nye priya inya 40 million aye kwa nukre ministry here we are saying nokuni o se kwa bere ba ponyo ne player
yombe
nyoma kwati o No,
that Donny, Yombe.
No, I said they were one.
But still, I think we should ask Ali one question because it may have already made it interesting.
Let me tell you something. I've worked in Liberia with record. Check from National Malaria Control Program to Assistant Minister of Health, to Deputy Minister of Health, to leading our country out of Ebola. I led a team that led Liberia out of Ebola. I went to Sierra Leone, I went to Guinea to help them. We built a national public health institution of our country that helped put systems in place that make COVID to stand up. I'm speaking from my heart tonight. I have dealt with 4 people. And I gave you the scenario. I'm not being political here. The 5th person was the sitting president, who is a crewman from my tribe. He's from Sastan. Sastan was a territory of Sino before. He's from Sastan. I don't think he should save himself of not being elected or re-elected president. He should save himself. I can say that for sure because Liberians, my generation is tied to that, not political. Ambassador Boyka, look how he seems. You see him to be. You think he's slow, but he's very meticulous. All of the projects that are named to you, the One Health program, raise money for Liberia and build system. The Youth Employment Program, Eugene Namwe, who's now the campaign manager for Mr. Weah, was part of that program. As Minister Vakla, I'm calling names. We used to meet in Vice President Boyka's office, and President Selling asked him to execute that program. He executed it. Young people got to work out of $10 million that were placed in the budget at the time. Ebola vaccine trial in Liberia. We were at an impasse. When I say impasse, we were not making any progress because the Liberian people said Ebola vaccine would have been the first time and they would have been used as guinea pigs. And the Americans who were bringing the vaccine, CDC and the National Institute of Health, wanted us to do the trial. Liberian scientists had agreed to do the trial, but there were politicians that did not agree. President Selly asked Mr. Boyka to break that impasse. And today, the world has an efficacious, safe, and effective vaccines. As I speak to you, Prevail is still in Liberia. Check at JFK. prevail is still
And
employed
it was under the leadership of Ambassador Boyka, you
under
said?
the leadership of Ambassador Boyka.
And
Cummings,
then we want to say thank you, Dr.
Cummings,
Yenswa.
Mr. Cummings, top.
Don't talk about Mr. Cummings again. We ran out of time. Ambassador Dr. Yenswa, we ran out of time. Thank you very much. It's good having you, and we hope to see you again. Have a good evening, sir.
Thank you, Stanton. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we ran out of time when you were naming. Fadiga, you agree with me, right? We ran out of time.
1000%. I agree with you. 1000%.
Guess it. Why you a
You
prince
guys
now?
unfair to Liberian people. So unfair to Liberian.
I like the fact that you try to get him to still do what you want him to do in our tribe language. He still maintain his position.
Yeah, but he did. But anyway,
my one question I would have had for him was he mentioned everybody who had the most experience, and I'm sure we would have gotten that answer already.
Exactly, he did. And when he was reaching down, we ran out of time because we had him on time. He needed to go, and he couldn't get to Cummings or Teron Gonglo or Prince. What are you talking about?
But Fadiga, he did say who has the most experience.
No, that's why I want to hear the verbal.
Okay. Can I ask you a question?
It was clear.
Why Joseph Yuma Boyka don't talk about these things?
This is what the papi would say. Every time you speak to him, he said, my entire life in government, it was not about showing every day what I did, because people should know what I'm doing, the job that I'm doing. Do you know right now, people say to papi, oh, do you know he's on over 5 boards in Liberia that he attends to almost every single day? Besides doing all these things, the papi said, listen, Dwalu, if we do not build institutions that we can strengthen to govern this country, it doesn't matter what work we do, it's going to fail. Our foundation has to be institutionalized. Look, the papi has a very meticulous plan, and I'm so glad Dr. Yenswa said that. Meticulous plan for this country. Look, I understand crew very well. I understand crime very, very well. I can almost understand everything they're saying in crew, crime, Sapo. It's like when you speak Basa fluently, you will understand all of that. So it's kind of like the same thing. So everything he was saying is to the point. The issue here is we have to build institutions. And I don't think anybody else can build that institution with the kind of rigidity that we're looking for the Honorable Boyka, because you got to understand the nitty-gritty of what you're building. And he does that.
Dwalu, can I buttress what Dwalu is saying? Look, because he has so much experience, the old man is very practical when he approached to solving problem in Liberia. I remember 2017 Ambassador Boyka came up with this solution when we asked him about corruption. He said one of the reasons people are corrupt in government is because they do not have a safety net. And he stressed on social security. He stressed on making people to have a very good retirement. Look, only experience will bring this kind of strong people-centered policy that gears to work, finding solutions to our everyday problem. You cannot find that anywhere. And I mean, we heard everything in what he was saying just now about who. I just wanted him to say I want to push it a little so that he can be more explicit. But he said it. You know,
he was also very clear. Also very clear on the many people he worked with and how intelligent Dr. Moniba was in terms of working with him to make sure that we got to the end of the Ebola period, right? I mean, he said it himself. It's not something that I'm repeating about him. The point is clear. It's absolutely clear that Dr. Moniba's name is within the conversation 100%. Whether you guys like it or not, the fact is it's stated and it's absolutely clear.
He said he didn't even know who Dr. Moniba was, but that's
definitely what he said. You can foment this all you want.
One of the things that I instantly did was to Google the One Health plan to exactly get some understanding of what it was, and I put that in the chat room.
Google is not a good source. You know that in the education field in America, they ask not to use Google. Dr. Richardson, at least I attended Rutgers, I attended Brenton County College, I attended Jersey College of Nursing. I understand they will always tell you do not use that search engine.
Especially if you're writing
Yahoo, Google. You got to understand that, Richardson. Find another search engine to news, and then we will move on.
If you are writing a term paper or research paper and you Google, you definitely wouldn't pass the mark in my class. However, if you're looking at
I was
something like
150 in your class.
just for sure that what that is placed on Google is the One Health platform in Liberia. And yes, it does say that, which is what I imagined I wanted to see. Vice President Boca is always, Ellen used to give him, like, you lead something, but give him strong support with the support of people like Yinsua. If you look at the table, the command table, so they have Buckeye Office of the Vice Presidency on the top. Then they have the One Health Secretariat. Then they have the One Health Steering Committee, which is advocacy group, resource mobilization. Then they have One Health Technical Committee. Then they have other people underneath those groups. So one of the things that I know, if you take Vice President Booker and just ask him to be in charge of something, and you give him some people, around him, you might or you might not get a good job done. At this point where Liberia is right now, we don't need that. Liberia, like the CDC government has kind of put our country in a decline. So we need someone who can hit the ground running. We don't need someone who can just sit there.
Dad, can I ask you when you're done?
No. I beg you
I
guys.
want you to ask him. I really do.
No.
Dad put a cheese on it. The people do
sometimes listen.
Yeah, I really want you to ask him. I'm ready for
Sometimes just said that to Richardson and say yes, you're right, and we'll move on. I beg you.
No, I really no.
That's what you wanted to say. You don't want to say okay. Dr. Richardson, right? We got to get to the NEC issue. Dr. Richardson, your Google search, your YouTube search, your TikTok search, your Yahoo search, and all your social media outlet searches, we say you. I don't want to say, people will say something. We say you.
We agree.
No, I'm going to say we agree. If I say we agree, then you can't.
Yeah, I can say Doc agree.
Sometimes you leave that Richardson alone. The Richardson said people must catch drop on the ground running. We already see Mr. Cummings running already. There's no need to drop on the ground running again.
Well, that's the kind of leader who can hit the ground running with the problems that we
The
have.
man show how successful Ambassador Brecker in our one-step program.
No, it's not successful. It's one person's talking. Go and read before you disagree, Fadiga.
Okay. That was my Teresa put your name on paper for. Leave the woman alone. My Teresa says she coming for you. My Teresa coming for you. That woman,
if you guys on this show are women and you spend 9 months carrying a child and somebody's talking about a child, you will definitely respond in that way.
I want to bring your Dr. Richardson. Thank you. I want to bring your attention to this, and we're going to Prince Maxwell. Prince, I received a lot of document today, right? About land that was sold under this Georgia government, and the total amount, it was signed by Mawani Deeks. The total amount received by the Liberian government, Mawani Deeks, who is now the Commerce Minister, Samuel Tway, CBL governor or director, wherever the position may be, George Manawia, during the heat of COVID, they sold this land. The reason why I'm asking you, you work at that embassy. What do you know, Prince Maxwell, about the Liberian people, property that was sold in Europe, Belgium, I believe, or Brussels, and the money was never placed into the Liberian people budget? This money went MIA, and today folks have dug and they asking question what Mawani Deeks did with the 265,000 United States dollars on a piece of property that was owned by Liberia and sold by Mawani Deeks, Samuel to the president and the rest of them. I'm going to display to you all of the documents. And when I went through this document today, our Liberian people, it will shock you to note that this is crazy. They went for the highest bidder. They agreed on 275,000. After all other expenses, it came to 265,000. Mawani Deeks signed for that check. Mawani Deeks received it because she signed as she was the owner. At the time, she was the deputy minister of the foreign ministry. Prince Maxwell, what do you know about the piece of land that was sold?
Stanton, it's let me be clear. I will refer you to my chief supervisor because at the time I worked at the Embassy of the Republic of Liberia as counselor, I had two supervisors. I had my mid supervisor based on the Ministry of Foreign Affairs structure, which is the ambassador at the time. And I think that he's still the same ambassador at the Embassy of the Republic of Liberia. And my senior supervisor was at the time was the Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs office. I'll refer you to this information. I'll refer you to those offices so as to provide you with the information that you need to address this. That's what I would say about it.
So my question, and I just put this in our chat room, my question to you, Maxwell, can you confirm or deny whether there was a parcel of a land sold in Europe by George Weah government and at $275? Did it sell any land, the Liberian property in Europe?
Stanton, based on my oath of office, I can neither confirm nor deny.
All right. So Duadu, you see, I don't know why.
So what the oath of office got to do with deny?
You have to do it and selling the land. You got to, because I have this. It's in the chat room, folks. Okay. And because our brother Maxwell is talking about oath of office, I will ask the guys to share this on social media. I have a lot of documents I have to check. Maxwell going though. Maxwell going though.
The oath of office going to go.
You'll come back.
We're going to confirm the
I'm here. I'm having computer problems. I'm here.
Yeah, but Liberian need to know, did they sell the Liberian property in Europe? Maxwell, you work at that embassy. And listen, guys, look at this one. Look at this one. The wire transfer. It's in the chat room. 272,173 euro. It's right there. The date. 16th of July, 2020, in the heat of the COVID. Mawani Dix received the money. I have to check stuff. I have everything. The government of Liberia through Mawani Dix, I don't know what the ambassador would say. I'm tempted to reach out to him. I called, he didn't pick up. But somebody need to explain to the Liberian people during the heat of COVID who stole the Liberian people money. I'm going to
this is easily verifiable. We don't even need to speak to them. We can verify this very easily. I can do this. Let me just say this. First of all, can the executive unilaterally sell Liberian property without approval of the legislature? I don't know the laws relating to that. That has to be answered. But to determine
let me hold you right there, Eduardo. Let me answer that because I got the answer.
Okay.
The negotiation were under Madam Salif.
Okay.
2016, 2017. They squeezed Madam Salif for the lawmakers, the legislature to go ahead and approve because they need the approval of the legislature, right?
Okay.
So they asked her. In the process of time before the turnover took place to George Weah, they approved it. The first thing that hit, they put it up for bid. They had three bids: 250, 275, and 300,000. They went for the highest bid. I'm about to display to you all of the documents as you see in the chat room. They went for that. They got the money, and the money is not in the budget line. The money was never, ever shown to anyone. And I will show you the document that Mawani Dix signed for the money, and then I will give you the chance to continue, Dualu.
Yeah, but so what I was trying to say is this is easily verifiable. This is not Liberia where there are no documentation. The location where the land was, or the sale happened, we can verify with the local government municipality and determine from who owned the property and to whom the property was sold and whether Liberian government owned that property. Even if the government of Liberia doesn't want to answer these questions, we can still get the documentation because this is easily verifiable. We can actually go online.
I put it in the chat room. It was
look at it.
Oh, sorry, not in the chat room. I beg you. It was
I would take a look at it.
Government. The gentleman that bought the property, his name is Benoit. His last name I cannot pronounce.
Okay.
His phone number is there. I tried calling the phone number today, and they promised that we should call back on Monday. Today is Friday because it was late. He purchased the property.
And
His
what's the
legal,
reasoning
legal
behind it?
representative. His legal representative, I have her full information. Her name is Patricia. The government is listening to me call the names. So if you go through this document, somebody sold the property in Europe and they ate 272,000 and change.
See, boys are brave.
I have some.
Prince, can I ask you one question? Prince.
Questions.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, Kipsy, go ahead. I wanted to ask Prince
another question about the assignment of ownership to Deeks. How did the foreign ministry assign ownership to Deeks? Why wasn't Liberia the owner was assigned the ownership? Why will Deeks be the owner of the property? That even if the government wants to sell the land, that's fine. The government's property, but how did you assign ownership to an individual?
And I can give you the government excuse here. When I asked that question, Mr. Gerald, and the government said at the time, Mawani Deeks, she was serving as deputy foreign minister. And I don't know what our brother Prince Maxwell was sitting here, and he allowing us to go through this thing like.
Now I'll go to ICJ now.
Why, Prince Maxwell, you were with them, you on picture, Prince. Why you can explain to the Liberian people and be fair? You were present. You on picture. Here is the document over here I'm putting up. Promise to sell and offer to buy. Owner of the land. It's there. There you go. Government of Liberia through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Embassy of the Republic of Liberia to the Kingdom of Belgium. Mr. Besonga Fene at the time, Foreign Minister. Mistress Honorable Mawani Deeks, Deputy Minister of Administration, owner seller, domicile EW Pins Memorial, Liberia. I have all these documents. So why can't you tell us, because you were at the embassy, Prince, who sold the Liberian property and for what and how much, and they never reported the money?
Maybe Prince got his own cut. That's why his protocol cannot allow him to talk.
Jump me over my question because I had the same question I want to ask Prince just now.
Yeah, but you would have been wrong. You can't ask the question like that. I expect him to answer. You got to.
I would have calibrated it differently.
Okay, good.
Not like
the Prince not the answer. Look, I don't know about any confidentiality that Liberian government has in that respect. I'm not a diplomat, never worked in the diplomatic field, but I don't think we have that kind of confidentiality to the point where Prince can speak about something that is public information.
So if foreign minister of Dr. Monuba, that's what we expect to get. Secrecy.
Do you still work at the embassy?
No, I do not work at the embassy, Fadia.
So, Prince, can you help us understand where are we with this land issue? Because again, I will call names. People that went after this morning, those that ate the money, I got the name. I'm bringing up these papers little by little. Duado, you have it, I send it to you. For folks to understand that.
Okay, listen, I just got a report, I got a report that Dr. Monima was actually involved in that land sale. So I don't know what
Dr. Monima was not. Dr. Monima.
Why are you quiet? You normal.
But the issue is, this illustrates the loopholes that we have in our government, where people can, take money and do whatever they want to do with it instead of working in the interest of our people. I think this is a classic example of, how these junior administrators have utilized the Liberian poor money and without us getting anything for it. And that's an important thing to look at. I mean, we want a government now that will not just take the liberty of just selling properties and benefiting from it and not putting it in the budget. So this is a serious problem to me. It's not about Prince or anything in that.
So Dr. Richardson, look at the document here, right? Mawani Deeks signing, the witness, you guys know who that witness is. All right. Buyer, the person name is right there. And they sold the property 2020. Guys, this is not a joke.
It's not.
This is not a joke.
Center, that document is not in the place. I'm not seeing that this one.
Everything is there. Just click on it. It will drop down. I'll send it in as a whole something. Everything is there.
Yeah, everything's there. I want to say this though. I mentioned that the money that was jokingly. I know you're
joking. His name is not here.
That's a good place to talk. I just want to make that clear.
They said this 5% guarantee include the deposit of €5,470 provided there is no urbanistic infringement, provided there is no pollution, provided that there is no servitude likely to diminish the value of the property, provided that the property is free to the act, and provided there is no hidden defect or vices. You understand? This is the Liberian people property. They sold the property. Mawani Dees, Samuel Twe, Besonga family, all of them.
Okay.
Check out with the money.
Stanton, I was a commissioned officer at the Embassy of the Republic of Liberia in Brussels, Belgium. My key responsibility was to advise both legally, domestic and international, political and economic. My active senior supervisor, which was the ambassador.
Be talking, I'm coming back. And I get it.
Also, I was also responsible for advising the Deputy Minister's office on issues that pertains to the Embassy of the Republic of Liberia. On the issue that is being discussed, I wrote the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I gave them my position. As a diplomat, there are certain things that we are.
Do you have that letter today?
No, I do not have the letter today.
And what was your position?
My position was clear that the issue being discussed here today should not be given out in any shape or form, because there were many issues that didn't meet the criteria for which the discussion was being held. As Dwalo mentioned, I did not at the time, in my clear mind, saw that the Senate were being consulted. It is for one of those reasons that I resigned from the Embassy of the Republic of Liberia.
Was your letter emailed or was it actually posted?
I cannot tell you how the Liberian government diplomatic sources send communication.
Prince, you gotta be clear with us, my man.
I'm being very clear. One of my reasons of resigning from the embassy was simply because I made it absolutely clear to my senior supervisor that participation in corruption was never something I was going to condone.
But Prince, if you resign, you have no affinity with the government. Besides that, you serve in a capacity as a whistleblower.
I informed the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs office of every position that I held, and I informed his office to inform the senior policy officers at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs on the issue.
Who was ahead of it at the embassy? Who was ahead of it at the embassy?
In the embassy, we have senior supervisors. I said to you earlier on, at a point in time, if you look at the year, you will know who was.
So, Prince, can I just paraphrase something that you said, not quoting you directly? You said that you didn't want to be involved directly in corruption. What part of this deal did you find was corrupt?
Whether directly or indirectly, my position was absolutely clear that I never want to be involved. Number one, I knew fully well that the issue was being discussed was being discussed with the previous government. And the previous government position became very clear because people understand the contention that was involved. The idea was to develop the space in which we're talking about today. When the issue of sale was mentioned, that took me by surprise because I had already informed the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Prior to that, I had a conversation with the former Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Shoneyan, who advised me clearly that the issue would be brought to his table. But at that time, he had left. So whatever transpired during the time President Weah took over, and the individuals that took over the Ministry of Foreign Affairs My advice
Did
and
you,
my
did you get
position
some
was
of the
not
money?
taken
Did they give you
seriously.
some of the money? Did they give you some of the money?
I left a
Quincy, you
long
gotta let
time.
some more ask
I
question
left a
too.
long time. I never the records are all of my transactional record, financial or non-financial, is at the Embassy Republic Library. You can find it there.
But did you keep some copies for yourself?
All of my records, I do have financial record, I have copies of it.
So let me clarify something, my question a little bit. When you
I think
use
she
the
gave
word
us a
corruption,
letter.
were you alluding to the fact that the result of the sale of the property or the profit from it went into people's pocket as opposed to Liberian people?
The process used convinced me that the system that was being put in place was not adequate in terms of transparency.
Prince, can I ask Prince just one question?
I hope I'm not
You
being
keep-
interviewed.
No, not being interviewed. We just need clarity. You keep mentioning process and giving catchphrases. I want us to let's get into some specifics. What process and which government? Because we're talking about two administration. Are you talking about the WIA-led administration or the Salif administration? Which administration are you pointing the finger at?
I will say clearly, the year in question is 2020.
Prince, I can't remember the year.
So I just said the year to you. So obviously, President Weir was in office.
But then what did you do to alert? Now you are the messenger for Dr. Monima. What did you do to alert the Liberian people of this shady deal that is clearly
I just said to you, I just stated it as absolutely clearly to you as possible. I advised my senior supervisor.
That didn't happen.
And I also wrote a memo to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to that effect, which was my responsibility and my duty.
Okay. 15 seconds. I'm begging you. If a man came beyond Dwala, oh man, I was learning about 90 euro jogging around rocket. The money, Jerry, stop it. I was learning about 90 woo. Well, when we get out from Liberia, we go Europe, go sit down there, jogging around. Oh, the money they bring it up, bro. It leave Europe. Where, yo, that's it. I give it back to you.
No, you know what? We get
Prince
love.
you resign.
Give
do that part that I beg you do that part.
No, I don't think we should ask Prince to resign. But when I left and got off for a little bit, this story, right? Newspaper in Liberia, folks in Liberia, they buried this story. They buried this story. People at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they frown upon this. When they guys then receive the money, and I guarantee you, when we get back Monday by God's grace, I want to call the ambassador. We got to hear from the ambassador. Manwani Diggs, $11 million rest issue. It went breeze. Imagine in the heat of COVID, when people are trying to find means.
You are collecting $75 from us.
Yes. At the airport. And these people were selling Liberia property. Maxwell, I believe you explained your story. I'm not holding you, my brother. You wasn't an ambassador.
You resigned.
But I just needed your moral right to speak on this issue. When I see it, I will tell the Liberian people. They ate the Liberian, they sold the land. Madam Sani refused all the way to the end before the lawmakers, then knowing that they were leaving, right? They were going for election. They decided to say, okay, let's just agree with this thing. They agree with it, Fadika, and when they agree with it, guess what happened? The guys then pushed the people. They were even wanted to sell the thing for 200,000. Document in my possession. They decided to go for the highest bid. They pushed. You know how many times Mawani this traveled to Belgium, to Brussels, to the embassy? Her signature is on this thing. She knows the story. Western family know. Maxwell know the story. She signed as an owner because she believed that she was the deputy minister for administration. She signed as owner to the land, to the property. Who was at CBL at the time? Look at the transfer information, folks. Look at the transfer information. This is not a joke. 272,173 euro. 58 cents.
I got a comment on this, Stanton, when you finish.
Yeah, go ahead. I feel it, my brother. Just go ahead, man.
I'm so sorry. That is why our government officials, we are not trusted. Nobody is accusing our brother Prince, but he was working at the embassy. He knows about the situation at the embassy. I don't know whether he wants job from George Weah or he wants job from anybody. That's why he's trying to hire whatever. This is the time for Prince to prove himself that he knows about this. He spoke against it and even produced his memo so people to know that he's credible enough. It looks like Prince is some of the money here. He is some of the money. If Prince is some of the money, he will tell us.
Gibson, I believe you, Gibson. I have
Gibson.
We have to get
if
it.
you're not using the money here, you will come out here and say, my people, I was mad with this thing here. I even resigned for this thing. Because you have a memo that I wrote that time.
No. Prince cannot tell us that because of this he resigned. No, it wasn't because of the land.
No,
he said you were not on.
I said it was one of the key reasons. Were among the key reasons I resigned.
But if it's one of the key reasons, it's because it's serious. That's why you left that job. Then why you can't tell the people, Liberian people, are doing justice. Tomorrow you'll be foreign minister for Clarence Monbach.
I make Gibson.
But Prince,
this conversation.
Prince, you my friend, Prince. Why are you holding back on the story? You are not with the ambassador no more. Are you working for another ambassador in Liberia?
Look, Stanton, I admit it.
Are you covering up for the ambassador? Are you covering up for
Stanton,
your friend?
Stanton, I admit it.
Is the ambassador and your friends at the foreign service better than the Liberian, the 2.5 million Liberian people? Why are you covering up, Prince?
Sure.
In the room, in the chat room.
Stanton, I admit it.
They posted the picture in the chat room. We need to
I know. I saw the picture.
Stanton, I made it clear that there are two offices that are reported to. There are two offices that are advised. The Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs office and the office of the ambassador in the embassy. That was my responsibility. I reached out to the ambassador and I informed him of my opinion about it.
What did you tell him? What did you tell him?
That I cannot say what I said, but I said my opinion was an objection.
Well, I'll tell you why you tell the ambassador.
The summary of my opinion was objection.
In writing, or you told him verbally as a diplomat?
My summary was objectional. My advice was sought, and my summary in my advice was objectional.
Did you tell him in writing, Prince, or you told him verbally?
I stated clearly to you all that I said it in writing directly to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In the conversation held
on the land, or it was just a plain land? Did we have a building on the land?
It was a plain land.
It's a plain land.
It was a plain land.
It was a plain land. First and foremost, let me be clear. First and foremost, let me be clear. Liberia had a land in Belgium because I served my country. Yes, that's me right there. Having a meeting with President Weah at the time he visited Belgium.
Is one you guys were negotiating the land deal?
Prince, you have to be clear with the Liberian people. You have to be very clear. Come clean to the Liberian people.
We have the Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs. They are responsible to investigate these kind of issues.
Also, we are not responsible, Prince.
Huh?
Are we not responsible to ask you questions?
No, I'm not. That's why I'm answering the question.
You are representing that the motorbike on the show.
And I've stated clearly that there was a land.
This is recent.
Yeah.
Yes, if you look at the date on it, the date is there. It was the day he visited. Yes, the day he visited. And it's the same day I told him.
You don't know much about this thing, Prince.
Which thing?
Innocent bystander.
Which thing you talking about?
You know more about this thing than you are telling the public.
I just made it absolutely clear to you all. Because I objected, I wasn't kept into the information of the process.
Public? Why did you not go to the legislature? Why did you not help the Liberian people in this crisis?
I just said to you
You always ask
diplomats work in practice. I informed the Ministry of Foreign Affairs about everything that I needed to
Man
know.
always want to know what Jose Yima Boaga told Madam Sally, but he cannot tell us why he told the ambassador.
The man resigned. He resigned. He's not working there anymore.
The man objected to nothing. He objected to nothing. The man was sitting there.
Do this to Liberia, man.
You know, I've been having this argument for a long time. Let me tell you what happened. Let me tell this to you. I asked Prince Maswell, I said, Prince Maswell, what you make about the land is so in Europe? Prince said, I'm not saying anything about it. Today. Really? I said, Prince, are you sure? He said, oh man.
15 seconds back.
He said, man, I'm not saying
I
anything.
just received text message. Said, Prince, go ahead, share. Not yet. Someone from the embassy.
Yeah. Guess what? Guess what? I still got all my bank accounts, so it's much more open to audit any bank account I have.
If you go your bank account,
that's the only way we're going Europe. That's the only way I'll be in trouble.
All right, but me lead that topic. Let's see. Say my 15 seconds. My beginning beyond relay. Let me tell you something. I was small in Europe, where you didn't see if you ball open the gate.
Prince, let's do the land. But it's not Prince. To be very serious, I would say this to every one of you seriously. It is important.
I'm disappointed in Prince. I'm really disappointed.
No, I'm not disappointed in Prince.
I won't go for can be disappointed.
No.
In Prince.
This is a time for Prince to shine. He missed it. This is the time for you to shine, my brother.
I don't know, Prince.
This is the time for you to show that money back in to change the trajectory of the
I will ask that tomorrow, but why are you holding back, Prince? Why?
Look, listen, Stanton, I'm not holding back. I have answered all of the questions that were given to me pertaining to this issue. I'm not happy about it.
Did it sell the land? Did it sell the land?
The land in question was sold.
Was sold to who?
That I can confirm. Don't know the individual because they kept me out of the loop of it because I objected. Simple as it is.
How much did it sell it for?
I don't remember. I cannot confirm that or deny that.
Do you know where the land is located? Was that a prime land?
It was a prime land.
The land indeed was a prime land, yes.
It was a prime land. The land, you know what they're doing on the land right now? I got a picture of what they're doing on the land. I want Mawani Dish to come and say we are lying. And
I just received a text message. I got
to tell my Basa people what happened to the land. I feel you.
Let me read a text message.
Go ahead.
Read it. Go ahead. Go read it. Read it.
I will not call the person name because a priest said we should not call the people name.
Please don't.
Look, the issue you guys are discussing is actually true. I was a friend of Prince, and he once told me that the money that they had given him was very small, and he did not agree to take it.
That's a fake text message. That's a fake text message.
Then talking, I tell my people what happened to the land.
Just kidding.
Tell your people.
Look. My people, they took a duo. They could be a bleak. I believe the public will be a play park. What the real for fast as I give for private you are prepared. I give it back to you.
I think this story got to live on.
So imagine that just one land we know about. How many other properties?
I've made it absolutely clear to everyone. There are 2 offices, speak to those officers. I also did my best to reach out to get in contact with the people that I knew that could come to the issue. When it could not be resolved, I did what I could do to get an attention to this as best as possible. At this point, the Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs needs to ask the question that's necessary.
Absolutely.
How can you prove these things? Prince, give us documents.
I'm here. I'm not a whistleblower. I'm here today on the show. I just asked the question and brought documents.
What's about the memo?
Come on, just say anything.
You can't give us a memo that you gave them that you disagree.
That already just
you have until Monday to go through those documents, my man.
I'm not again. This is not an inquiry. This is not an inquiry for production. I left the Ministry of Foreign Affairs 5 years ago.
You are my friend forever. You are my friend forever.
Guys, I will say this. Prince got up to Monday. We'll ask that Moluba to remove him.
It's fine.
He's not fighting for the Liberian people.
I have fought for the Liberian people. I
Prince
fought
is
for Liberian.
protecting
I
his
fought
interest.
for Liberian people. I fought for Liberian people interest to the point where the injury was that I had to do one thing and one thing only, to resign. That was where it reached. I fought
Who
as
asked
best
you to
as I could.
resign, Prince?
There were
I got
two
a question here,
instances.
though.
There were two issues. I mean, Jesus. There were
Who
two
asked you to resign,
issues.
Prince? Did they ask you to resign?
My conscience did.
Okay, I don't want to put this on Prince. Prince, your dear friend and brother, you fought a good fight because I know those I asked, those I have investigated, you walk out, your answer, you were truthful. You said, please do not sell the people land. You are not in favor of it. Let's put joke aside because people will carry misinformation. Prince fought everything he had under his power,
Information will come out.
and they rejected his instruction. They
As a
rejected
matter
his
of fact, Stanton, I will say this to you now because the last time I spoke to you before coming on the show because I was trying to be transparent with you. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs reappointed me in that very same embassy, and I did not accept the reappointment because it became too convoluted and political. I walked out.
Stanton, when we get Liberian refugee and go into Belgium, we will sleep. I was small.
But that's the reason why. That's the reason why they purchased the property, right? Stand up close to them, please. Okay. The gentleman that bought the property. Listen, the gentleman that bought the property. That's his phone number. That's his phone number, and that's his name, Benoit Gekins. Okay. That's yeah. So as you can see, I just gave you his phone number. I just gave you his name. Okay, these are everybody that receive email. Ladies and
As you can
gentlemen,
see,
listen, guys.
where is my email?
Listen. But let me straight for one. That Mawani Dix email, the one that say amdix 2010 at yahoo.com. Everybody know this is Mawani Dix email. I've been having the thing for ever so long. Again, her governmental email at Foreign Ministry was mdix at Ministry of Finance, Foreign Affairs, .gov.lr. That's my Mawani D's Foreign Ministry email right there. Okay. Now you get the second email. She got so many different emails. Now you get the public diplomacy at Ambassador of Liberia.b. Right. Now I want to ask you, be fair with us because I got some document coming up here that you may not like, Prince.
Yes, go ahead.
Diplomacy that the email that
Who emailed? Who was it email?
I'm not going to call the individuals that had public diplomacy email.
I want to say it's
I'm
not
not
you.
going to call names.
I want to
That is
believe
not
it's
my
not
email. That is
That's
not
all
my
I'm
email.
saying. I know
My
who,
email
I know
was
who that
my email was
is.
counselor. My email was counselor.
I know who that email is sent to. We get into the bottom of this thing because somebody stole the Liberian people 272,000 United States euro. Okay, and I will say this: euro. This is not a joke. Let's take this from Prince. This is not a joke. They sold the Liberian people property in the heat of COVID. They walk away with the money. I say Yamblu, it's right there. You'll see his email. Weito@gmail.com. Urgent concern purchase of land in Belgium. The reason why I'm displaying all this email, because I want you guys to understand. When Benoit Jerkins asked to buy the land, he was the highest bidder, but you had three other folks. We reached out to him today. They said they will pick up our call on Monday. It is true, as per the document, these people purchased the land. It was signed by Mawani Deeks. The wire information, the banking information, as you can see, folks, somebody, somewhere, stole the Liberian people money. It wasn't in the 2020-2021 budget. It was never atomized. Dwalu, let's stop joking. You know this thing better than we do, Dwalu. Somebody walked away personally. 3-4 individuals I know, and I will call their names. They walk away as a special deal. And they ate the Mawani Deeks, Western God family, Samuel Twer, and who knows who else the highest man.
But let's be serious here, though, Stanton. Let's get serious for a second. I don't know how the Belgian laws are going to work, but if this property was sold not from the proper owner, Liberia can still have a claim on this property. I mean, just so to speak, because I don't know the inner wrangling that went about with his property, whether they fixed some documents. Because at the end of the day, I know this document most likely were probably bought in the 70s, 60s, or probably before that time. So on a different kind of arrangement. So if they sold this property not entirely legally, we can still have a claim against this property. But I don't know what's going on. These guys are very brave. Brave. This is why some of us say we can never ever work in government, because any small thing you knew was poor. It's scary. I'd rather go sell chicken feet. And when I say people are alive, I'm being dead serious. Because them all come on these. It's scary. Very scary.
I don't think you can reclaim the property. It was so legally.
Okay.
It's not with the Belgian folks. Lawyers went through this. Patricia, I about to pull her information up. It was so legally, my brother. You cannot reclaim the property because it was done legally. But on the Liberian side, they took personal ownership of the property. And that's where the problem lies. And Mawani Dix signed personally that she owned the property. Okay? And let me say this. As you can see in all the documents I share with you guys, they sold the Liberian property. Look at these emails I'm putting up. This is not a joke. Look at these emails. I get a list of people, 4 individuals that ran after this money. You know who teach me how to investigate? They're the Fadigas brothers.
Yeah,
People
you saw
that were
this when
there.
we went to what that country name? Fadiga, where did you guys go in front of that building? When we're chasing
Hong Kong and Singapore.
People that was there,
yeah,
right?
Singapore.
Let me say this. People that was there, right? Somebody is so angry. One of the former minister, and he said to me, Stanton, the government ripped our people apart. And this is not the only property that was sold by George Manawia and his group. Look at Mawani Diggs. Look at our email. M Diggs 2010. The money also
It was
campaign
in a
hall.
fake game. My papa Sam Jackson was trying to spin this. No, I mean, he was trying to spin about it.
No, but Dwalu, why are they using personal emails? Even we look at
it's a dire disrespect for the job.
Because the government does not have the system to create a government email. That's what it is.
But you can see the illegality because she used one time, she uses her government email and then she forward another copy to her personal email.
But she cannot trust the government email. It doesn't function systematically.
See.
That's how it is. I mean, do we even have a website for our government? Have you ever seen government offices email? Everybody uses their personal email in Liberia. In fact, their own cell phone.
So let me ask a question. Let's go back to our brother.
I'm here.
Prince, what say you, my brother?
Stanton, the issue being discussed, there are many from the onset of everything else in terms of the land. The sale of the land is factual. As I said to you all, my role as a counselor, as a senior staff member in the embassy at the time 5 years ago, was to inform the ambassador of potential danger. On the issue of the land, I met with my senior supervisor and I informed him of the future potential danger. Now, that is as far as I could go with that. You can't force your senior officer to do anything else other than that. He or she is to listen to your advice, because your responsibility is to research these things and come back and inform. Not only that, I was also charged with the responsibility of informing the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And I reached out to the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs office, second senior, and informed them of that through a memo. With that being said, I also lobby within my own mission so that this cannot happen. But
why you were saying no? Why you not wanted them to sell the land, Prince?
Because I felt at the time there were an interim period ongoing. So as a result, from that suspicion, I realized that the discussion for sale was not properly held, wasn't properly looked at from a policy perspective. And I didn't think that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs at the point in time had a full grasp of the issue at hand.
Priest, are you a
That was
lawyer?
my responsibility.
Who was your
I did
senior that
I did
that you told?
international law.
And I
Who
can,
was your senior that you told?
let's see. I know who you told because this guy calls Sammy Darlington Temet. Do you know him, Praise?
Sammy Darlington Temet is a former colleague of mine. 5 years ago, we worked together.
Okay, were he part of this deal, Praise?
I cannot confirm nor deny.
It means it's true. Whenever you cannot confirm or deny, it means it's true.
So
Because
who was the senior officer
hold
that
on,
you informed?
Gibson, let's lay this thing up. You know, when we say this thing, people think that it's just, I'm not here to push Praise. You know, I respect Praise. You know, I thank you for your services to country. But we must speak truth to power. The people have robbed Liberia a lot. They have taken the Liberian people resources a lot. And that's my anger. That's my frustration. Look at the letter between, look here. Dear Mrs. Dees, dear Deputy Minister, I would like to come back to you about the land at Rod Sin Genesee. I have the project for more than 2 years, and they have to move from my apartment following many nuisances of neighborhood that prevent me from sleeping. You understand why I want to move quickly. You will also understand why it is important for me to receive the official paper of acceptance of my offer so that we can move forward with the notary. Having already paid 5,470 euro, I am currently black without being able to commit myself to the purchase of another property when my intention is to be able to move as quickly as possible. Can it help if I send you back my offer with a new expired date? I thank you for your understanding, and I am at your disposal for any further information. Let's read the next email to Mawani Deeks. I contact you on the advice of Mr. Sevi Temet. Now you see the name. And when my brother Prince said he cannot confirm or deny, folks, that's the reason why we are asking our brother, who is this person? Brother, can you help the people that want to vote for Dr. Moluba?
Let me read it.
Stanton, check your inbox, please. Check your inbox.
Let me read it on screen. I contact you. Let me help you, Stanton. I contact you on the advice of Mr. Sandy Temet after having received your details of your embassy in Belgium. As Mr. Tembi was able to tell you during your visit to Brussels, I have been in touch with your embassy for about 2 years about selling the land you owned in Belgium. Somebody who an individual owned Liberia land in Belgium.
And listen, in 2017, the ambassador had received serious purchase offer for your land, the best of which was 250,000 euros. The ambassador told me at the time that he would not sell the property below euro 300,000. Didn't I tell you, Dualu? The price is going up. The price at which it has been estimated. In July 2017, I agreed to increase my offer at this level. The previous government seemed to have agreed in principle for the sale. I understand that the election did not finalize the sale in 2017. Now, Joe, we are here people that come to chop because you know now they want a new boat. While the Belgian state is putting pressure on the ground for it to be used or sold, I understood from the ambassador that your president was in favor of selling the land. Who? George Biden, we are. At the request of the ambassador. Now we are digging and getting somewhere. When I tell these people, they say, oh, Stanton, you talk too much. I will read this again. While the Belgian state is putting pressure on the ground for it to be used or sold, I understood from the ambassador, who's the ambassador? As a young blue, that your president was in favor of selling the land. At the request of the ambassador, I made various payments to process the custom clearance to purchase the property. Personal Wear is involved. Western Garfield is involved. Awani Dix is involved. Samuel Tua is involved. You reach to the part that they come to talk about Samuel Tua yet. You reach to that part yet.
Stand on. I got credible information that coming to me that President this thing is even linked to Team Manager. I'm sending you those information right now.
Yeah, I won't be surprised.
So the guy that actually purchased this land is linked to Team Manager. So this thing is taking a whole life of its own. I have photos of them together. I got Stand on. I'm sending you those documents right now.
I'm sorry. Can you say that again, please? I missed what you said because I was going through these paper letters.
One of our sources in Europe, they keep send us some information that this guy, the white guy that purchased this land, is linked to Team Manager.
But
So
hey,
now you see how the president.
well, let me tell you, I get this thing, and I thank you very much. We gotta take it slow by slow.
All right.
No, send it. The more the merrier.
I'm saying the picture, though.
But let me read this while you put this document together because we want to show to Liberian people tonight. This thing is getting serious because the pressure judge where he agreed to go for it, and when he went for it, as you can see, thank you for your interview of today. Dear Ms. Deeks, dear Deputy Minister, thank you for our interview of today. As agreed, you will find attached my offer for the land valid until October 18, 2019. I am at your disposal for any information. Best regard, Benoit Giggins. Now, who is this Benoit guy? We'll get to him later. We'll get to who this guy is. We will get to him later. Everybody just be patient. The story is getting sweeter by the minute. We'll read the last thread. Here we go. Have you already been able to validate?
in a situation?
Say that?
No, Prince looking just anyway appear somewhere.
No, Prince didn't come here. Prince didn't come here. Hold on 1 minute.
No.
Have you already been able to validate the offer proposal? I am at your disposal for any information. Best regard. This man was in direct communication with Madame Deeks because the president has assigned Madame Deeks to the purchase of this land because he won that money. Who is this guy, folks? Who is Benoit Giggins? There you go. Your friend and brother from Belgium. Benoit Giggins. That's him. Now, what's his link to the president? His link to the president. I want to show you something. I want you to understand that whatever we do, okay, you will believe Spoon Network is the best in the land for now. Maybe another time you have some another folks in this business. But right now, we go above and beyond because we respect our country and we want better for our country. I am not here to pick on anybody. But when it comes to Liberia, my people, get very with me. Prosecute me. Say what you want to say about me. I will always be constant as the Northern Star. This is your brother from Belgium, Liberian. This is the man that purchased the land, the Mawani Deeks, Western Guy family, President George Manawea, Samuel Tue is the money. This is the guy. I want you to take a close look at him. If you go to Belgium today, you know what they wanted to do with that land? Make that land other place for Liberians to come when you have nowhere to go in transit. You can go and spend time there. But now let's get to the beauty of this conversation, Duadu. The one about to put on, you will like it. You will enjoy it. Guess what? You know what I put you on right now? For Liberians to see? This guy is in direct link with the president's son. This guy. That's why the president gave strict instruction that this sorry, the picture I need to put up. I need to put up the picture. Hold on, let me get it. Hold on. Let me hear from you, Eduardo. I'll put this picture up because it's not coming too clear right now. It's trying to upload. I want Liberian to see. But Eduardo, what do you have seen so far, Eduardo?
This is abuse.
Talk to me.
Abuse at the highest level. Total disregard for holding. Look, President, we are so on oath. He swore to say, I, President Bekube fucking Claude, we are do solemnly swear to uphold the Constitution of Liberia, to do by you rightfully and faithfully, to make sure all your properties are protected, to make sure your lives are protected. And President, we are cannot unilaterally instruct his subordinate to do anything that harms the Liberian people. This is one such case. If this land is so in this nefarious faction that we are seeing right now, it's a serious issue, especially if one of the president we have sons are linked to this. It's a massive issue. It's a serious issue. In fact, the Senate must act. In fact, this will actually call for an impeachment, but they won't do it. They won't even talk about it because it's gone beyond the bounds of anything.
This election.
Stanton,
it doesn't matter for me. It doesn't matter
Stanton,
the time.
Yeah.
You produced an email a few minutes ago in
Yes,
which
sir.
names were mentioned.
Yes, sir.
Please put that email back up because I don't know. I really don't know where you got that email from. But read that email again. There's something very important in that email about what I was saying.
This one?
No, the email itself.
Yeah, actually, the body of the
Oh,
email.
sorry, not the email
Okay.
address.
Now,
This one?
can someone please read the email where names were mentioned?
But you talking about this one? Look at
No, not this one. This other one, the next one. Yes. Please read this one. Yes, read it.
All right, let me read it. I'll contact you on the advice of Mr. Sylvie.
Period. Right there. Right there. What's the word?
Yeah.
What? At what?
At the advice.
Okay. Prince Maxwell was the chief advisor as counselor by law under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So if I'm not advising the president and someone, I mean the ambassador, and someone else is advising the ambassador, it means that I was replaced. On any such negotiation, I should have been a point individual.
I don't want to bring you in this, Prince, because I know.
I just want to make that clear.
With all my investigation, Dwalu, let's be serious for once. Everybody said Prince was very stubborn, and he said no to this deal. With all my investigation, people right now that work at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and work in Belgium, they say Prince were absolutely categorically no on the issue of selling this land. I squeezed them because I wanted to know whether Prince were involved. And they gave me names of people that went after this. But you know what happened though?
Thank you for protecting Prince.
I'm not protecting him. I can tell you as it is. I care less about Prince. If Prince were in this deal, I'll reveal it. I'm serious. I spoke to folks, okay? They said Prince was very stubborn, and he said no to this deal, and it caused him to leave. And he said Prince even had an argument with Asa Yemblo, and he looked Asa Yemblo in the face and said, "Your name is on the what's the War Crime Code something, the TRC list." He said that to Asa Yemblo, the ambassador, and the ambassador reported him. I didn't hear this from Prince. I can say it to Prince on the show. He looked in Ambassador Yemblo's face and said, "Because of you, I will leave. Your name is on the TRC list." And Ambassador Yemblo got mad. And from then on, they had to chase Prince out. I'm not here trying to defend Prince. No. If Prince they were on the list, you know me. I would say it.
I just Martin Stendo is. I just thought he felt he should have come clean to the Liberian people. I mean, like everything. When you withhold things, they look like you have some material motive. But the pictures that I got right now is so mafunful.
Send me that picture. Let me compare because we gotta go. We got 11 more minutes. I know we gotta go. Send me the
We
picture.
are all joining the team.
Man, I know, but you know how I got this thing. Gibson, I want you to come in because you know what? I've been keeping this. I've been keeping this. You know why I've been keeping this? The people took the thing like a family property. Not even they didn't even take it like Liberia land.
No,
the family property.
You know, it brings me to realize that the same man who is George Weah's senior advisor, Emmanuel Shaw, was involved with the sale of the Liberian aircraft in London.
Yeah.
This man had not been held accountable for that. Another Liberian who is a deputy minister at the foreign ministry is ascribed to be owner of a Liberian property. She is owner. She is ascribed to be owner. Why wasn't it Liberia as owner? And the money goes to Liberia, but when she describes herself as owner, definitely it becomes a personal property. And in this case, this is how corruption go around. And Stanton, look, with our friend Prince, we're not going to hold Prince for anything here. This is bigger than Prince.
It is.
Way bigger.
Yeah.
The only thing I'm a little bit disappointed is the fact that he wrote a memo that he disagreed, and that memo, he cannot even give it to you.
so the Liberian people can know what are the issues he raised in the memo. And you ask him, stand up, you ask him, say, what did you disagree with? So it's in his memo. And that is the way we, as the young people who will take over from who the old people, that's how you show transparency. That's why you show that you are tough. You are not tough not because you can talk. You are tough because you take decisions and you stand by them and you go out there to tell people what you stand for. This is egregious. It is very much egregious.
It's a
This
beautiful
is how
story.
the people steal, and they always steal Liberian money like
Jerry,
that.
Big Brother Jerry,
Yeah.
I stood by my decision.
Thank you,
And
sir.
it cost me a career that I prepared myself for from cadet at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I started working for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as a cadet, the same way Tobo Yeswa started his work at the Ministry of Health. I knew what corruption was, and I did everything to fight it. I talked to everybody I could. I did everything within the realm of the law that was given to me, including the Foreign Service Handbook. I did everything by that. It cost me my dream career. Despite the fact I wasn't getting adequate pay, I was still happy to do the job for Liberian government. Let me say this to you that nobody knew about. For the very first time in my career, I did a partnership with the Belgian government, and I advised my supervisor about that, so that Liberian diplomats can come to Belgium for training, and that happened.
Prince, you are taking my
Those
time.
who benefited from okay.
I just gave you a time to speak because your comment is very important at this point. Everything you're saying and it makes no value unless you give us your memo. I can tell you, friend of my brother.
To be honest, no, Gibson, no.
I'm not
Gibson, let me on Gibson.
Let me finish. Prince,
I was operating within the law, and I sent a memo to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. That memo does not belong. It does not belong to anybody else. I said, if there's anything more investigation, contact the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs office. They have an ICAR for these things.
Let me finish my comment. You will come and punch me. That recommendation you're making is not valid. You are here. You know about the situation. You have a memo that opposes the process. You resign as one of the issues why you resign. And you can't protect the Liberian people to tell the people why you resign. You exhibit your email, the issue you raised, and who are you protecting? Who are you still protecting?
I made it absolutely clear to you why I resigned. The 2 reasons for which I resigned.
Let me show Prince memo, because I have Prince memo. Okay, but I know Prince and I respect Prince. What he said and what is in this memo, folks. This is not about Prince. This is about the government that is so corrupt. This is about a mother, a woman that was called to represent Liberia, Mawani Deeks. The woman that lied to the Liberian people and said, we use your 11 million on rice importers. And that was a lie. A lady that we all should respect, and I have the very high respect for, that would travel with this person all over and care less. Those people that have brought our country to the worst of the worst. You find young women, men jumping over fence, searching all over for the rice. Look at the price of rice in the country today. And the president kept Mawani Deeks. Because Mawani Deeks been in the blood, been in the sweat. Everything the president asks of her, she must do. So this is not about Prince Maxwell. This is about the cartel system that everybody got to live and abide by. So I would say to you, Mawani Deeks took the money, Samuel Toa went for it. Besson Gafena was part of the deal. You saw his email, you saw his name. These are the same people want you to, asking you for another 6 years, Duadu. They are asking you, give me another 6 years. No, we're just talking about Belgium, right? I don't want to bring anything up because we got to go. What about Conakry, Guinea? Who sold a Liberian piece of property in Conakry, Guinea? That one I will leave it with the Fadikas. They will tell you tomorrow and another time. Look at in Washington, D.C. Look in Washington, D.C. You know what is happening? People calling me every day. Our country is a mess. We need to fast and pray not 40 days, but 80 days, or probably the whole year, for a better leadership. We got 18 days to go, guys. George Manawia must go. George Manawia must go. He have destroyed the system. He have destroyed the country internally. He have destroyed our international partners' trust, and they can never. Joe, we are begged to take a picture on the sideline with George, with Joe Biden. He begged to meet the president this time around. But they will resurface a song in a stupid picture and say, oh yes, the president met Joe Biden. The president cannot even go to the southeastern part of the country. He must go through Ivory Coast, beg the people of Ivory Coast, pay money to go through Ivory Coast to go to the southeastern part of the country. Is this a serious leader? Come on, guys. Who is of integrity in Joe government? Name them. I will play this video and then I will rest because we got to go. But before I do this, I'll send a special shout out. I want to send a special shout out to Sawali Derer. This is a Liberian that graduated today from Capella University. This is a commencement today. We send a shout out to him. We want to say thank you very much, Sawala Derer. You follow Spoon Talk, Master of Science in Human Services. Master of Science in Human Services. You follow Spoon Talk all of the time. We are proud of you and we want to say thank you very much for making Liberia to shine. So to our brother, we want to say congrats to you, congrats to your family. We wish you well as you move up in everything you put your hands in. May God bless you. Again, thank you for being a fan of Spoon and congratulations on your graduation day today. Let me play this thing. I want to play this real quick and you guys can take it away. I want to play this real quick. Before I do that, Fadika, come on and say something. I think they're just putting it up. Come on, Fadika, say something to us, please.
On that same stuff. No, it's just that the information coming out. I mean, George, look, George, we are the only successful thing that George we are they were playing soccer. Every other endeavor that George Weah undertook, he failed. He did not only fail, he failed miserably. And this is why he's the same way, the same path he taken the Liberian government on. Look, George Weah was a failure from the beginning. He's a successful failure. So only soccer. Look what these guys are doing. When you follow the trail, just we got tons of photos. This thing is connected to Tim Weah. It's connected to his manager, the guy that purchased that thing. So it was an insider trade. This was not just any ordinary person. This was an insider trade. They literally gave it to a family friend. This is just one. In Guinea, the lands in Guinea are more than million. This is a place that land got more value than a house. In Conakry, you can buy a land up to $3 million in Conakry. I don't know what they're doing there in that country, but people can purchase land up to $3 million. And we're still digging on that land sale. We got something coming up on that other land sale in Conakry.
Oh, I already got something. I got it today. Now, Duadu, can we end the show, brother Duadu?
Yeah, Stenson, I'm entirely awestruck with what these guys are brave enough to do to the Liberian people. And young people you're listening in the country, some of you may not understand the ramifications of these sales. You say, oh, but I think we're in Europe. What think you got to do with me? Let me tell you what you got to do. Every time somebody make your country small, this is sovereign Liberian territory in Belgium. That means it's an extension of our country. When they take piece of your country, it diminishes everybody. It makes everybody in the country small. So President Weah's rule is making the country, not just the country itself smaller, but it's making our importance smaller. You know, you're not hear the old thought, they say all lives are equal and allowed. All lives are equal. No, nobody allowed to you. If you're living in America, your life in America is more valuable than when you're living in a third world country. It doesn't mean you're not breathing the same air. It's just that the value that's attached to you because the government cares more is more than your country. So when you care somebody in real life, it go in flag a J. They ain't got no value. But what we don't understand, every time something happens to one of us, it devalues it brings all our left down. So when your kids Zogo in the street, it made you less important. That's why you're not supposed to kiss him. What you call it Zogo? What president we have done to our country, he made us smaller. That means we are less important. And he's doing it for the benefit of his family. This is not right. This is not constitutional. This is hitting every single one of us. And if you're not angry about this, there's something wrong with you. If you're still passing around going Jaja beyond President Weah. President Weah doesn't care about you. He cares. President Weah cares about only one thing, himself. He's shine alone. Shine alone. This is the same man that will have babies all around, and not care about them. This is the kind of man you've chosen to become your leader. This is crazy. Gentlemen, I'll give it back to you.
I think we'll leave some for tomorrow. I want to say thank you, my people. I'm tired. Nelson will do his show. Let's hear from you guys if you got any 15-second closing remark. Fadika, you want to go?
The only thing I say, look, the choices, we have limited choices here. This has boiled down to a two-horse race. Ambassador Boyka is the man by every stretch of our imagination. We saw a reputable Liberian Dr. Nyamplu. I don't know. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. He said it. He couldn't have said it better. But this morning on the podcast with Fagon, he played that Ellen tape. And we're always referencing that Ellen tape. I know Dr. Richardson keeps saying why Ellen didn't support Ambassador Boyka. But Ellen says something on that tape. If you pay, I hope we'll play that tape on another program. She said one of the reasons when she was questioned, she said one of the reasons she supports Ambassador Boyka is because of experience. She mentioned that several times in her tape. She said even when he was not working, he served as consultant to a lot of NGO. Consultants are not just ordinary people. Consultants are people that have expertise in certain area that lend that expertise to other people. And she was very explicit about it. I want us to play that tape one of these days. Probably on Monday we'll play that tape. That she said it. She gave her support to him. So I mean, it's clear. With 18 days to go, the choices are few. We all share the similar sentiment that drugs have to go. We have to get rid of extrajudicial killing. We have to get rid of bad economy. We have to get rid of harmonization. And only one person can do it. I see Dr. Richardson. I've just joined the scene, but I will stop for now because
she already talking about Boyka, so she keep running.
I know. No,
but you know what, though, Fadiga?
We'll play that tape.
But Fadiga, you know what? While we're about to go, I will stay on for the next 45 minutes. I will take calls because the folks saying we want to take calls. You guys can go there, no problem. Those that can stay. But I won't play this just because of Duado. Duado, I want you to pay attention to what I'm about to play. It's a few years back. President Weah, he lied, but I want you guys to take note of something.
Inflation was still very high. I was in one of the food markets in Monrovia, and a woman said to me, rice is now so expensive, I can't afford to buy it anymore. And I feel that by now prices should have come down because I voted for you.
I'm not a financial expert, but what I try to do is to make sure that our people get their needs and wants. What I try to do is that to speak to those importers, those that import rice. And I spoke to them that the rice is expensive. You know, we are government, proper government just came, so you need to lower your price. But again, you know, they found reason to keep their prices where it is.
Whatever happened to this $105 million worth of government money that somehow disappeared last year without trace? I gather there's an investigation into this, so what's happening with that?
We're able to bring in international partners and our local partners to work together. And we are still waiting for the final results. And then when that results come in, we'll be able to let the public know what happened to that missing money.
It's an awful lot of money to go missing, isn't it?
We cannot give people wrong information because people get in the street for everything. So what we need to do is that, look, even if you have, if you think that something happened, you got to have facts. You understand? So we are looking for the facts. So that if anyone is culpable, definitely they will face the full weight of the law, and the law will take a course.
the reason why I played that Tuadu is because they are still looking for the facts. 100 million. They are still looking for the fact, Tuadu. But I will give you another picture when you finish talking. I will
Yeah,
show
let me
you
just
the
say this.
site that prepared itself 18 homes that was built immediately thereafter. Talk to me, Tuadu.
Let me say this. President Weah says, I'm not a financial expert. I will say this. I am a financial expert. So I will counter his point. Governments do not tell people to reduce rent prices. We have something called a fiscal policy tool. Look, it's a big hammer in the country. The government holding your hand. Any price the government will change, they can change the price with these austerity measures. President Weah doesn't have to be a financial expert, but you have to hire the right people to tell you how this is done. And President, look, you talk about $100 million. Look, every single financial tool can be tracked in the 21st century very easily. Billions of dollars. Look, I used to work for John Hancock. There are billions of dollars coming people retirement. You can track every single penny. President Weah, these guys don't care. Look at his posture, how he's talking. Do you know this journalist how to chase President Weah? The initial interview, I think, was scheduled for 12 noon. They did not get President Weah to almost 4 o'clock. He was dodging this guy all day. The guy was following him. This man is cavalier about the people's business. You know, sometimes we talk with this passion because real people are dying. Look, go see young women in the country giving themselves to men that they ordinarily would not look at. They are being literally diminishing ways. Look, I have my daughter just turned 15 years old. When I look at her, I'll kill somebody. But it's commonplace in Liberia. I mean, I give it to you, man.
Thank you, Prince. You
Yeah.
want to add, and Dr. Richardson will take us home.
Yeah. To the listeners, to Liberian people and the listeners, Spoon TV listeners, to the thousands of listeners, let me just make this first point clear. If I was any way or any shape and form closely connected to corruption or in any form seen to be corrupt, I never would have worked for Dr. Clarence Moniba. He never would have allowed me. The first thing is he did a thorough background check on everything I told him and all of the story I told him about my profession, my career, and everything else. He did that because he knew that one day I will be here and I'll be speaking on behalf of him. And he wanted to make sure my integrity was intact. On the issue of the land, because I was a part of the embassy, I've made it absolutely clear. I did my best to point to the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations to ask for an investigation into that. I begged the Minister of Foreign Affairs to call for an investigation. I begged senior members and senior policy members and committee members in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to call for an investigation. Nobody did that. That became the straw that broke the camel's back in terms of my resignation, because at that time, things were not safe anymore for me in the embassy. There were threats to my life and many things happened. I'm here today to say to everybody else, all of the things that I tried to tell the government, including writing a full 50-page security report for the government, which is in the office of the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs today. I, for one, know for a fact that Ambassador Weah he does not have the quality to be president. And imagine I'm a young man telling you this. I served in his government for 2 years. I watched how they made decisions and how they went about their business. I saw the young people that became injured based on the fact that they stood their ground in terms of transparency and integrity. I'm not the only person. Please tell your children, Ambassador Weah, President Weah, cannot be voted for this time around. I have nothing against him. It's just simply because of bad governance, lack of accountability. Even when the right people are in the position, he doesn't care. We cannot vote for President Weah again. You have As Liberians, you have nothing outside of Liberia to boast of anymore. You have nothing outside of Liberia to be proud of. Your name, Liberian, is now like the time of Ebola. I remember, even though you guys were not even in Liberia, just the fact that you were Liberian and they say Ebola, you had Ebola immediately. That's how we look like right now in Liberia. I'm not saying it because I'm angry. No, I'm saying this because I've been saying it from the day I came on this platform. And believe me, today was a surprise to even know that this is the reason why I've always said Spoon TV is the best in Liberia. I did not even know that Stanton knew this information. And I've been sitting on this thing hoping that I did not even know about this. This tells me that Spoon TV does do that research. The information you have now on not voting for George Weah is true. Please, oh mom, oh pop, whoever you are listening to my voice, do not vote for George Weah. Now, I will tell you one thing. You have to vote for Dr. Clarence Moniba. From day one, I came on this platform. I've said that over and over, and I remain saying that until the day I leave for this platform, until the day the election is over. There's a reason Dr. Moniba is indeed the person to vote for now. He knows what you're going through. He knows what the young people are going through. He understands them. The silent majority in Liberia, they are now speaking. Everywhere Dr. Moniba goes, now turns up crowd. We are not playing a crowd game. We're not looking for publicity or trying to get in competition with anybody. We are in competition with the problems in Liberia, the problems of poverty, hunger, lack of proper sanitation, roads, lack of adequate women's rights and redress, malnourishment. All of these issues are critical. Today, you hear my own story. Today, it is my piece of story you heard. And some of you will judge me based on that. I can tell you all, it is your opinion, and I respect that because this is democracy. But there are a lot of young Liberians just like me who have similar story and went through similar situation. The only difference is for me, I'm still breathing. I did not end up like those, like the auditors. That's the only difference.
Thank you very, very much, Prince. We want to say thank you. And guys, tomorrow morning, after the morning show, a repeat of Spoon Talk will be aired in Liberia on all of the radio station. On all of the radio station, because we have come, someone just gave a very good suggestion. A lot of folks sleeping, especially you understand it's 12 in the morning. So we'll play this and we're starting tomorrow. I'm going to call Madam Titi Kana and ask her because this is a private group, private talk show. Thank God to Dr. Richardson that's heading this, a private talk show. Dr. Richardson can ask any one of us to leave. She have gotten in contract with Madam Titi Kane, so she's responsible for the Spoon Talk, and we will beg Madam Titi because we're paying our dues that she play a repeat of this show, and we'll find a time that those that will be up, awake, busy, working, doing something, they will listen to Spoon Talk. So for now to election, we'll be having Spoon Talk repeat in the morning. You find us in the evening, in the morning, you put your radio on. We will not be on the social media air. If they want, they can even play on social media live. It's up to them. But we will be starting tomorrow after the morning show. The Spoon Talk repeat will be on. So if you hear the Spoon Talk on, don't call us. We'll not be live, but we'll be on the repeat because we want to give you the information that you missed in the night. I will play this, and Dr. Richardson will take us home. Let me play this.
Yeah, they got wicked. They got wicked power.
And those buildings are also on the other side too.
This guy is evil.
So you should understand that the reason why, because they were adding a music to this, and I didn't like the music, and I took the music out. You're right, Duadu. On the other side, so one person we have said we will come to an investigation of the 100 million. That's the work of the 100 million. Part of it. That's what you are saying. Okay. So we want to say thank you very much, and Dr. Richardson, thank you for doing extremely well for this network. Now the network is not part of the Spoon Talk is not part of the network. We are private now, and Madam Titi can get vest and give us the pink slip or the red card. But at least we're doing ourselves an independent, talk show program, and we're just having that affiliation with the network, paying our dues as Madam Titi charge us. We want to say thank you, audience. A beautiful show tonight. Please listen to that to Richardson. You may not agree with her because she will say support Cummings. Don't listen to that part of it, but just give her your time. Go ahead, Dr. Richardson.
Thank you. I want to start off by just telling Prince Maxwell, Prince, thank you for your service to Liberia. You're right. Many people judge you because we come from a culture where people are judged without evidence, without facts, without even knowing someone. But I think we're going to rise above that. And I strive that we on this platform rise above just judging people, making sure that you at least get some kind of understanding, some sort of connection. The same way how, I wouldn't come and judge you because I have no facts and no evidence. It's the same way how I wouldn't come and say, oh, Vice President Buckeye, did a great job on the One Health plan as, Mr. Niswa would like to let us believe. I have no evidence. I know saw other report that says, oh, this is what he accomplished or what he didn't accomplish. I don't know. I have read, like I put in the chat room, what the brochure says, the goals of this One Health plan. So, I just want to say that I want to thank you for your service. The show started off with us talking about drugs. One of my problem is with us, and I hope this will be a learning experience for all of us that come and speak to the Liberian people every day, is to be more proactive. We shouldn't wait when things happen before we start to scatter around and find resolution. When I hear, Senator Balu, which I really like his voice, his power, his strength in standing up with, against drugs in the country. But Senator Balu lost his election in 2014. And George reacting to power 2017. I went to the newspaper. I think he started talking 2020, 2021. What happened between that timeline? Drugs were still on the rise in Liberia. People should have been studying, the timeline to say, okay, I can speak now. But I didn't hear him. I'm happy he's speaking now. And this is why I always ask. I think when the new leadership come in, we should always try to be proactive, try to predict when things are happening in our country. Don't wait for things to happen because it's a pattern that I'm seeing. Wait until we knew George Weah was bad for us. We knew that. Okay. But, we said, okay, we'll give him a year of, just on probation. And after a year, 6 years later, we still at a bad spot, even worse than when we started. So I think we need to speak out. We need to say something. We need to, I'm glad that Prince, you said something when the land deal was going on. The people in the 60 bought some really prime properties. Those people in the diplomatic corps, even in New York, Washington, D.C., Belgium, in Europe. But we have lost all of those prime properties. And those prime properties could have contributed to us Liberians. Those properties would have put us on the mark in the world. But we can't. We lost them because of somebody greed. And if it's a failure in leadership, somebody who doesn't even know how to negotiate, who doesn't know the value of property, they're just so greedy to get money. It's like, oh, let's just sell these property for whatever we can get. Those properties could have been, millions and millions of dollars. And this is what we call failure in leadership. I'll urge Liberian people again, there's only one person who can take this country forward, is Mr. Alexander Cummings. Again, I came back because Father God was saying, oh, he wanted me to hear Ellen bragging about, Vice President Buckeye. Ellen is she's a political powerhouse. She's very strategic, So at the moment when Ellen was speaking, you could hear the hesitation in her voice, but she was being very diplomatic. I saw that interview. If we get an opportunity to play, let's play it, okay? But there was a time where she was asked, and she said, he's going to get it just the way how I got it. All right? So let's look at what was happening between the relationship then. Was it the time that he isolated himself from the United Party? Were they having problems? Was she being? In fact, I think the first interview she was even being pushed to answer that question. In fact, she said, "I want to just work on my government." I think she said, "Let me just." If you listen to the whole thing, you see she said, "Oh, I'm here to talk, and I just want to talk my government." And the guy pushed her a little bit. The interviewer pushed her before she said, "Okay, well, you know." Whatever, he was being very, very diplomatic. That's who she is. That's one of the gifts that Ellen has. Okay.
We need to play that tape.
So Fadiga, only 2 words you just say. You send me those 2 words that you're going to give that to Richardson. What are those words? Why?
We agree.
Yeah. Why you saying it to me? That's what we take that, Richardson. I don't know why you saying it to me.
No. You know when I hear you, Stanton. I didn't say that to Richardson. I say we agree. This is such a serious idea. It's such, and you know, it hurts me so much to be on this panel with such intelligent young men like you guys, because it's like almost like you guys are not seeing what I'm seeing for our country. You know, when you sit down and tell me, say we agree, what are you agreeing to? Anything? Anything should a free fall in our country?
He said he agreed to comics. That's what he's saying.
Well, that's not what he said. That's not what he said. But anyway, Liberian people, you know, Mr. Cummings is the only way forward. By the way, the end of our launch is October 1st now. So we expect.
Why change your launch? Why?
Because Mr. Cummings is a very peaceful person. He believes in not vying for attention. So many people were.
That's the only reason.
That's the only reason. Many people said they were doing the launching on October 6th, and we don't like that kind of conflict.
We're launching on October 6th.
Well, I don't know.
Dr. Richardson, like always, we appreciate you. You have stood tall.
Thank you for coming.
You have stood tall on this program. That's your program. We appreciate you. You're a sweetheart, Dr. Richardson. You're a very nice person, and we just appreciate you a lot. Again, thank you for those fine words you throw towards Maxwell. Maxwell, my friend. We are all young. We've been there, done that. We wish you well, my brother. Everything you put your hands on, we pray that God be with you. Thank you for services to country. Thank you for serving. Thank you for serving that to motivate in every way possible. We believe that God's time is the best.
As spoon to Maxwell, how would I do it? Would they lift you or they drop you? I've been through it several times.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. No. Listen, Fadiga, I cry because I don't usually do that. Believe me.
No, I know.
It was a surprise to me. And this was very personal, right? It was very, very personal. I went through a whole lot to get myself out of there and to reinstate myself. So when Stanton spoke about it, it really shocked me. And I remember the very first time I came on the show to start this, Stanton was trying to quiz me. Apparently, he already knew about this information a long time ago. So I had to say him something that I never really said anybody ever. He said, "Mommy, you got to do something. You got to show me this." So I sent Stanton my reinstatement letter. The day they give a letter, I left the embassy. Stanton has that letter with him right now. And I told Stanton, as a proof to you that I'm not in anything, please have that copy and see. He said, "Okay, Maxwell, now I see you clear." But I did not know he had this information a long time ago.
Spencer, I want to confess before y'all dig up my dirt too. I don't want to dig up my dirt.
No, your dirt be picked up.
I want to confess.
So Stanton, now you have my right now to publish that letter anytime you want.
You got confession too?
No, it's about Prince, but Philip Dwalu, I will tell you my.
No, but Stanton, because you're digging all around, I gotta make sure all my confessions are out there. And you understand me? Everything I gave like bro, I swear for it. Yo, when I come down put on that government bidding.
But Dwadu, though, is it because the government refused, this government refused to accept your offer you wanted to do a waste?
There we go.
You presented it and they refused you and you got angry with them, but you were supporting this government before. Do I don't keep that for money? I keep that for money, Dwadu. Forget it. Okay, but just yes or no. You are trying to engage in a waste service.
It's not engaged. Right? I ran an operation in the country for about 10 years under the Ellen Johnson administration. So I had tanker trucks, I had porta parties in the country. and we try to continue it on this other administration. I'm not a government job kind of person. I let my private sector thing because I want my total control.
What is the catch that they said no to you? Why?
Oh, yeah, they said no.
Because what I received, I want to hear what you say.
We're discussing on Monday.
We're discussing on Monday. Okay, listen, that's me. My life is out there. Everybody knows it's not a secret, but we'll speak at the appropriate time. May God bless you all, man. Yes, man.
Oh, you see, your woman that said no. There's gentlemen.
A confession time?
You owe me an explanation. This gentleman owe me an explanation. I won't say it because when I open it now, it's a whole Pandora box without go.
No, it's not bad. It's not bad. You can say it. When Fadiga wanted to John Spoon talk, right? I'm not the one that stopped. I never met him. I'm not the one that was stopping him. The other forces said, no, that guy doing his own show, blah, 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 blah. Don't bring him on. Then Fadiga decided to tell his brother that he must dig behind me. So when I said, maybe that the Fadiga brother go and say nonsense about me, but yeah, I am today. But I said,
no,
Fadiga is a nice man. Fadiga is a nice man. He's jovial. His brother is very nice too. So I got nothing against you guys. It's my problem. Is George Manawia must go because our country, if we share the same idea, our country deserves better. And that's my only problem.
This is worth saying. You're a bigger man because one thing I've noticed about you, you don't keep no grudge. Because we've hate you in any kind of way. It's all fair game. You don't take it personally. You still welcome anybody. I mean, even in Madonna Drive, we chastise you. What did we say about you?
Yeah.
But no grudge. And at the end of the day, that's how a man's supposed to be. At the end of the day, you got to move the heck on. You know what I mean? People will criticize you.
You see, Dwalu, let me just say this.
Give me right, you might Google her. She got some terrible stories.
People that do know Stanton, and something, if you know Stanton in the back, you will laugh. You will not get vexed with him. That's the thing. You have to know the guy to not get mad at him. Because he means no harm to nobody. Most of the time when we're talking to him, he will say we're joking himself first. So if the man can joke himself, who we can joke?
Listen,
that's the thing.
And I will just say this a little bit because I know I shouldn't do it, but let me do it. The thing people say, who's center about the whole thing? One day I will explain the story and you will hear it because it's not what you think.
Can I interview you?
Yes. You know what? I would appreciate if you guys interview me.
That's the whole spoon talking.
Yeah, your interview. Let's tell it all. I would appreciate
after everything.
Yeah, we'll tell everything. Let's find a day.
Yeah, find a day.
And I know Dwalu was on the other show and said, yeah, man, Stanton did this thing. That go is criminal. I do not hold anybody responsible for that because I would do the same thing. I would want to know more. There's the guy that went to Liberia. He was blessed, and God used him to do X, Y, and Z. There's the guy that entertained friends. We moved here and there. We were trying to fight for Liberia. When such a things happen, Liberians want to know. But at the appropriate time, Liberia will know. Because this is America. Watch the way you say it. You know how many folks are watching this thing? So, guys, we all have our skeleton in our closet. Let's just wish well for Liberia. Liberia deserves better. Above all, only Liberia we have, and we should fight to change this government. They are worse. The men and women in this government, there is not one of them that is good. No, not one. The passport issue, the drugs issue, and everything that is happening to our country. God himself, listen, I sit down, Dwadu. People send me information. Last night, you know what happened? They almost killed 2 individuals last night. The pictures are so graphic and grotesque in the sense that I do not want to show them. They were cutting the man's throat. Right now, the man is at JFK Hospital. Last night on RIA Highway. The Liberia National Police, they arrived. They never tell the story today. I have the document. The man's father lived in VOA. There were 2 just to ask for lift. They almost killed the first guy. The other guy left in the car. Maybe they came, they can't find a body.
Jesus.
You know who was doing it? People that were wearing the Liberia National Police special unit.
That's what Senator Balu said.
I know,
mentioned that.
because I have guys. I don't want to share because we're on Facebook. I'm trying to save it. You know why? I was sending the guys in there for us to have interview with that person that survived. It's terrible in the country after 5 p.m. After 6 p.m. it's worse. After 7, don't leave your house. Somewhere they call VOA on Ralphie Highway. So I'm gonna name the guy for it. The
Senator,
guy who
it's
gave these
foolish.
2 guys play. And
It's
we're
foolish
not going to sit here and joke about it because these things are
if you're
serious.
in the country, you got to protect yourself. You got to protect yourself 100%. Well, I'm in Liberia quite frequently, and my security, I pay the maximum for my security. I don't mess around with it. Full impact.
Nelson, come
I
up.
don't even
I'm
sugarcoat
sorry,
it
zero
one day.
description about. I will just flash it a little bit because it's how you see it. The man is naked. The guy, they cut on his jugular vein. They were fighting to kill him. But let me announce, Nelson, come on. Today is Dama Slanger birthday. Today is Dama Slanger birthday. You know Dama Slanger. We've been in the heat of the conversation. He been very good to the station, a good worker. You know, he said, CEO, and that's my birthday, but I wanted him to be on. Then guess what happened? A grandmother got sick. He had to go there.
Oh.
I wanted him to come on that we can raise some money for him. He gets some good people that love him. We will bring him on tomorrow. We pray, and we will do that collection tomorrow. We should bless Diamond Slanger. He's he Nelson Colette and all of them.
Yes.
But not a day you just call him or text him. He will come running. This guy went as far as the interior, bringing the news to you. So I hope he set aside some $10, $15. We're going to raise something for Diamond Slanger, whatever the amount is, just to appreciate him on his birthday. Just to say thank you. So as I see you tomorrow, please remember our friends. It will be a belated birthday gift, but we'll give it to him tomorrow when he's in studio. Dr. Richardson, thank you. Prince Maxwell, we appreciate you. Dualu, say hi to my brother George Lobo from the McDonald drive-thru. Why he named his show McDonald drive-thru? Why?
Oh my God.
You love McDonald?
You gotta
I'm
go.
just asking.
Listen, we'll discuss all that tomorrow.
Fatika, thank you. You have a good day, man. Bye.
Bye.
So Nelson, I don't know what Dr. Richardson coming, but maybe she won't join us. Dr. Richardson, you not leaving? You coming back?
She must be a darling.
Yeah, Dr. Richardson,
must
your
be a
darling.
darling.
Yeah, Nelson, thank you.
Go down yonder to the flower base of East.
Speak your darling.
I speak my darling. You're gonna
say hi to the Liberian people in your darling. What darling are you, Dr. Richardson?
The darling that I want to be.
Which darling?
Anyone I choose to be.
Dr. Richardson, how many darlings in Liberia?
I don't know how to speak any dialect. My parents.
Name 5. How many there are?
There are about 15
dollars.
dollars.
That 15 can't mean that $15.
No, I didn't say that 15 kind of at the time I brought
Name 5. Name 5.
5 Bassa, Gribble Crew, Gio, Mano Day, which
that
one?
Mende,
Madingo,
Gula.
Yeah, so that's you taking back.
Yeah, you did well. I know you did well. Your mother took you back home early, so you know the data in Liberia. That's good. That's really
you really crazy.
But you want to hang with us, or you gotta go?
I gotta go because I was just reading the comments and I think it's really funny, but I gotta go. I'll talk.
They're about to speak the data.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good thing. Then I'm telling them to talk about Mr. Cummings in the dollar as well. That'd be helpful.
I'm gonna tell the people.
I'm telling them.
Mr. Cummings.
Yeah.
In the dollar.
Yep.
That my work here on Spoon.
Well,
to tell the people to talk about Mr. Cummings in the dollar.
I didn't think you're working on Spoon.
Yeah, that's what I do. To tell the Liberian people, say you're talking about Mr. Cummings in your dollar. If they put talk Mr. Cummings in the dollar, Mr. Cummings will never get one food.
Why is that?
Well, because the majority of the people that are speaking in the dollar, they are from Liberia. They are not from America.
I don't even know what you're saying. I'm just dismissing what you're talking right now. So.
Oh, how can she, Nelson? Well, she heard what I said, right, Nelson? That's enough. Open the phone line. Let's take calls for the next 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Dr. Richardson, thank you very much.
Yes, Nelson, good to see
you.
Okay, bye-bye, guys.
She will be watching. Or don't know how she will be watching. Hello. Hello. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, but you call our phone, then you want to talk?
No, you're still talking now.
Do you listen to the radio? Listen to the phone call. How you doing today? How you doing?
I'm okay.
Yeah, what's your name?
Yes, I listen to the radio.
Yeah, but can you turn your radio down or your computer or TV? Can you turn it down, please? Turn the volume down, please.
Is it clear now?
Yes, it's clear. Your name and where you calling from?
I'm Fata Walker calling from Field A.
Father, I know exactly what you're about to speak. You're about to speak, right?
Yes.
Hey, you see, the woman name tell me her daughter she about to speak. Go ahead, speak, Fata.
No, not fine. You got it wrong, Pele.
Oh, you say yeah, then I get it wrong again. Father, what's your last name?
Father Walker.
Walker, go ahead.
Father Simon Walker.
Cool many.
Nyovana.
Go ahead.
Not doing more.
I'm going there.
For the many who are not with me. I'm wrong. Bobo dies. To God dies. Fully born country. Be an proper and the Ghana. Labro. Ulesu. Kapie. Zaga to a kufu polyma. No at the Galan kufu poly. Sally Fogusa Penilla. No Benet Gako flesh. No at the Gaku Kappa Sim and the Crebun at the Galani. Apollo benefit Kapie. Tinakapu. Foro Kapia Galaga voting it was not by me. Joseph Waka. Yahuka American Yaba Pumati Kubo. Gabata aside Perakumanama. Gabaku starting a cry a pala in Yukapozie. A Kubalu. Kulong at the Paka Kush Belay. Kapie. Brilliant the very lie. Begana Dinapa. Kufa Polini Quama Crabling a Credacana. Anwa kaka weto kuma kuka kalunge kwa kuneti supeda kudias number kase we kamama.
Thank you very much, Mama. Thank you. Emmy, come and sing the cruise song, Emmy. Let me take this one. Yeah, you ready to go, Nelson?
Yeah, I'm ready, sir.
All right, your name and where you calling from? Let me take 5. Let me take 5.
I'm calling from Pennsylvania.
Yes.
Philadelphia.
Yes. What data? Mr. Dolly, are you speaking Madingo?
Yes, I'm speaking Madingo.
Go ahead, Mr. Dolly.
One the Malu, Quaduguni Kalu, Kaba District number 4, Ani no Muni, Oka, I Jung, I Roja, I Uti, Joseph Wakaye.
That's it? Thank you. Hello? Hello? Okay.
Mayana.
Oh, the man came back.
It's email.
Hello?
Yeah, how you doing, Stan? How are you doing, so Juku?
Oh, Juku, are you? What data are you speaking? Are you speaking the data from Nigeria?
No, I'm speaking Basa. I told you all the time about Basa, man.
All right, go ahead. I know where you get Nigeria name from. Go ahead.
Another long story, another day we'll talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
I made my friend a little 1 year. So I went when I team market you are Jaffrey, Wabu. And then I got a butcher and car where I go again, Gary again, where I put in the problem. People are down, building a go pattern of Brimari when I put in a book, Jogia go market. Okay, you have a book change, I use in your papa, you have to work in there, watching your book, people tell me, the Digo Carabin. Johnson, your own the car and get for you was saying what year watching my book. I'm walking my blood while I told my book player. Get one dozen toboggan money away. Get the yellow that woman you were getting your player. With blood that you're sitting on a book player. So, she been brown, she partners, we are there for toboggan about their partners or they will parably. We will talk here. They want to work clean, I Congo, ba Joseph Waka, your turn on never say, in you do it. You're sitting on a gun, get job and more up there. And then your job, I don't put it in the more up there. We're going to pass as a car, we're not in the chair. You know, I cannot want to send you in more send. I'm a more camera again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And
I mean, when you name everybody, you didn't name Clarence Moduba, my man. That's not fair.
Oh yeah, that's the name so many, but tomorrow my daughter will be graduating. Her name is Ewa Neyu Tage. She'll be graduating from the campus mission. And when you do Christian again, she passed it. She also passed the United Methodist, the further entry, and she'll be going straight to college. Thank you so much, Stan. When you Christian a treat to her,
well, you send a treat to her now. You sending it. She listening. Go ahead.
Yes, Daddy love you. There's your daddy or Juku Navy Tag. You know they all get my middle name. We love you. Your sister Tito love you. Solomon love you. Your brother love you. Or Juku love you. Or Marina love you. Abby love you.
How many children you get? 16?
I tell you, I get 10 children.
Wow, you're a bastard guy. We gotta call Yombly for him. You making a senator right high. Bye.
You're my sister. All right, bye,
All right. Go ahead. You take your call from your end.
Okay.
We got 18 more minutes.
Okay, so I'll take this one. Hello. Please reduce. Please turn down the volume of the device you're using to monitor.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Okay, so can you turn down the volume of the TV, please?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Okay, it's okay. Please go ahead.
Yeah, hello. My name is Rebecca Carver. Staton, how are you? That's Rebecca. That's Rebecca from New Jersey.
Rebecca from New Jersey.
I'm going to speak Loma to my people, okay? Rebecca. Are you getting me?
Yes, Miss Rebecca.
Am I live?
You are live.
Yes, Miss Rebecca.
Okay. Let me. I'm going to speak to my people. Loma gitiwa na Rebecca Carver. I boys who were lavagwe. Gaboso woman. Ganya pizwo. Gaboso woman. Ga wo voting ni vazo. Ga October 10. Galugino zeva mavro pugwema. I vote you kawala eve. Just say you man boka. I vote you kawala eve. Nune pen na buru abuina. Tupusu ka tabazo vote you umozo. Trezia na ugaya pizu trezia na trevro ko ga pe kizegi abateya na ken avoti gi okawala ebe avoti gi gbo be sa gone gaba mana ja wa ziga so security ne pelen na ne peli vele taiba no enexa fana pegale wura so avoti gi okawala ebe ke zwi eziga zevle gaba wuru gaba gbo wo gaba adebo so ade wo kima ade wenga yi kawra ba zibo ga pe kwasoso zibo ga pe na to ba te pe kwasoso ga ade pa don wenga yi siri ga so ga gura ade futi gi kawra ba kai amo ka go unfe wo menga abuti gi kawra ba zibo ta zuga pago ade pa ade mavama ade weti tri school izo ade pa ade weti te damiya solo ade ga fili kawra mavama ade futi gi kawra mavama wo menga wo se loma cover I was wo kai we ade futi gi kawra boko just boka.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, hello. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Mohammed Stanley calling from Brazil, the British South VOA.
Okay. Which dialect? Go ahead.
This is far. Okay, Namon Gaura, Kewo, Pokpa, Onembe, Mugo, Tusanawa. Mona Besanyam, Mo, Kudu Fernand, Tan, and Lemon. I'm watching my Jim Son ko ba mabu pe ya ke ati yo ka ni ta ba na me ati de job ya me ko aku pe ya mo mane bu me lo amira ro fi nya me ma din ba mina am da jauna am da fana am be na jabo kumana bu me monu se ama ke ma ana manya jabe ya sansu ndo ama ko ndo pe ma bu me o ba fe na mo ko lo sansu ndo manya o mi to dema asanson de keduma no amakuwa wa muye ni ma koro sanson do mandela at the time I general no my long pope about been away along there on the Kamuke and Sanjame a kind of jamba a local in Jabona FA we are people them no son of Gaula Tiwa Popa Kone them
Thank you. Let me take you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Let me take you one, Nelson. Your name and where you calling from, my friend?
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Ajwa.
Ajwa, can you lower your volume of whatever you listen to? Can you lower the volume, please?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Ajwa, what's your last name?
My name Ajwa Nima.
Ajwa Nima, you from the southeast, right?
Yes.
Where? Which country? Crew?
Grand Crew.
Grand Crew. So you speaking crew to us tonight, or you singing?
I got me sing for you.
Oh yes, go ahead. Which song?
Krona jana o juo kane krone titia muchio seranyo paje munde krona jana o juo kane krone ya Thank you, Santa. I want to say happy birthday to my daughter-in-law, Patient Collie. She's in Liberia.
Patient
Tomorrow
Collie?
is her birthday.
I will wish Patient Collie happy God's blessing birthday. Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
All right. Do we have another person singing? Somebody coming to sing again? Let's see who coming next. Oh, Nelson, that's a beautiful song, Nelson. Sorry you don't understand crew. Let's take another call because I love the crew song. You know, let me take this one. Hello? 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 Yep.
Yeah, I like to speak to my people in Gio.
Go ahead, my friend. Your name and where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Brooklyn Center, Minnesota.
Your name?
Tunga Gonkadon Vole.
Go ahead, my son. Please speak Gio to your people. Please speak Gio, my friend. Hello?
Okay. Can I go ahead and speak my Gio now, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Down put me casa me casa ka vo bieza elaka October yi God ka be ka no ti awon gan lo ka de ka na ba ka de ka gbe ba ka no ti awon gan lo.
Every second count in broadcasting. If you speak, you gotta be fast now.
All right. I don't for I don't put a pitebe. Ka no Joseph boy kai one Jeremiah Kueka de ka gbe ya ola. Come on. Ka vo ka joy we are ka vo fe we ka no ba ka gansa. Mani bo ka gain. Ka do ka die ka vo ka me ero sere siela. Mi ne be wa sebe wa sie. Kwa sebe aje tu asimu. Pado adie ka agrido. Me ka go zo ge ka go butu ka do all the way. My da put se sakasa de gear. Ma se sa de gear. Vobe ka bi no ti amona. Ala si be ka no ti awon ya tu gear.
Thank you.
Jeremiah Kun, one Joseph Boyka.
Thank you. Thank you, my friend. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yep. Am I on the line or is just a pre-recording?
Your name and where are you calling from? You are live.
Okay, my name is Weaver. I'm calling from Aston, Pennsylvania.
What are you speaking tonight?
I speak Loma.
Go ahead, my friend. Speak Loma.
Okay. Loma giti wumapa. Little color na yellow.
Maga present gi la biafama tama boke. Loma gi gibope uwakarana. And yali now ga visa number 2 na vidia visa ma dota ni abazu yezaga present gi ubata makun. So to follow gana about make this about visa as a tuma. Na ma woman badka. Marayima Wokaga Adabopa Adaka and in Galakabana deba present to Aga present Mawu Urufa County. Thank you and
Thank you. Thank you. Good night, my friend. Thank you. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes. Can you lower your volume on whatever you're listening to, please?
Yes, I am.
Your name and where are you calling from?
Hello?
Hello, ma'am. How are you?
My name is Julia Davis. I'm calling from Maryland, United States.
Are you speaking Basa or what tribe?
You are this.
Why?
yeah, speaking Basa.
Yeah, go ahead. That's the name. Go ahead.
Basa say be moyo. Mo be you better be near where you abra na wra abra nyebe po na wra because you are doing you there can na yeke you there get one that na ke san ya wadwen o ju ke be say nyamo ke be give me on to free mo be ke ni inja mo gara ke ani ana job ani ana ka won ja mo ni ye mo le pe o jo sa gwa ka o me adi do o so je ke the one the time we or the baby town or the baby studio o me the baby power be so be ke pa nya mo ke pa ke be sabo jo we ada sabo abre mamu ke de na nyu ke sa na ju sense ni kwa ka me ye o na da ko di po ke pro wa na play and one of that rubber play oje they knew that then I get you they prove how
Apple Gliposo. Thank you.
Thank you, Cesar.
You're welcome. Hello? Everybody went on. Yeah, that three went play. Emmy was calling, but she just go ahead, Nelson. Let's go back to you. Again,
Okay.
folks, in Liberia, the Spoon Talk will be play and aired. Don't forget, Spoon Talk will be play and aired. All right. Go ahead, Nelson.
Okay, someone has been holding on for about 7 minutes. Let me bring them on. Hello. Okay, great. Thank you for holding on about 8 minutes. Go ahead. Your name and where you're calling from.
I'm Itakov Kruma, calling from Kowe.
Calling from Kawa. Okay.
Okay, I want to speak modality.
You want to speak day?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Now to me, don't be. Yeah, more bobana. Put here and then vote in Agina. I will vote a cash for yourself. Cash for your black eye. Or the bolo on the guy, see all mamma go pam, all motivating go pam. C'est front à une bonne gaïko. C'est des plein à une police. Donc, il y a mon bonham, il y a mon bonham, à mon ton peu, vous soyez beau, vous soyez classement, vous soyez un prof, à mon ton peu, à le progrès sur un son bé, comment vous tenez par là. That's where I just say you might pack.
Okay.
Comment vous tenez par là. My Saudi, so I'm my wolo. I get my wolo found goals. Not to him. Don't be the vulnerable on the so I go. I'm don't be book. Go below the I'm a calling quick.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're gonna bring in. Go ahead, Carter. Your name and where you calling from?
My name is Amy Rallo. Madingo Geo can be sing in Basso. This song is dedicated to the CEO. And Yombly. Glebona poso glebona bani. Poso glebona bani.
Ibaniye. Apostle, Apostle, Apaniye. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you for everything. Thank you for bringing the darkness into light. Let God protect you. Let God take you further. Anything that in the darkness, let God bring it to light in your life. We pray for you. We tell you thank you. Let God bless you.
Jesus' name. Thank you very much, Emmy.
Amen.
Yes, ma'am. Hello?
Hello?
Yep.
Good evening, Spunton.
Good evening, my friend. Your name and where you calling from?
I am the evangelist. I'm calling from Daytona Beach, Florida. I'm a crewman. I used to live in Logantown. I know Nathaniel McGill very well, but it's not time for me to talk about him because we grew up together.
So what's your name? Your name? My name
is Sam.
Sam, what's your full name? Sam, what's your full name?
Senju Quante.
Senju Quante. Which data are you speaking tonight?
No, I just want to do a chorus in crew.
Thank you, my friend. Go ahead.
Osuna konyo Tino fano por yankura Mweroti Tonena swe kunkwa Naje jatre
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. This is my soul, my Savior called to thee. How great thou art, how great thou art. Then the soul, my Savior. Klana Buene.
Pastor, I just want to thank you. It was a great show tonight. I bless God. It's how great thou art. That's my God, and how great thou art. That the music I'm singing, but the other day I came on your show and I declared that Spoon Network going to be free from the government. I don't care what they do. God will liberate you. God will set the network free. The sister workers, God will continue to provide for them. Spoon, I follow you. I love the information you're sharing with all of us. Thank you so much. God bless you. I'm the evangelist.
Thank you very much, evangelist. May God keep you. May God bless you, and may God bless the church in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you. This is my soul. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
I'm Jerry Beshu calling from Dallas, Georgia.
Jerry, which dialect you speaking? Ain't tonight?
I'm speaking Gisi.
Go ahead.
I want to sing, man.
Go ahead, sing in Gisi.
Okay. Oh, Salah, put you on that you. Oh, Salah, put you on that you. Wana jangu kolino chela nina. Salah yeso, put you back at you. Oh, Salah, put you on you. Salah yeso, put you on that you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Nelson, let's take some from you, Nelson. Oh, Salah.
Okay, let me bring this person in.
Oh, Salah.
Okay, hello, you live. Go ahead.
Yeah, Nancy is Princess Justina Taylor. They call me Justina Taylor. My real name is Justina Tate. I'm not calling for a dialect program. I'm just calling to bring to the attention of the nation that my niece is missing. She was born 1989. She's a mother of 3. I sent them some virus the other time, and then she got those virus stuff and took them to go sell. And since then, she's been missing.
Wow.
And it's been over a week plus now. We've been searching for her. We have turned all over everywhere we know that she can go. We have checked on her, and we can't find her anywhere. We go to all the people we know. The family can't find her, so I just wanted to use this opportunity to bring it to the attention of the public. Her name is Irene Taylor. She is a granddaughter of Tama Taylor. Her father's name is Princess Taylor. He lived in Peasley. Her uncle is also Jared Taylor, Salome Taylor, Gabriel Brahma. Everybody, I just want to use this opportunity to reach out to everybody so everybody can be aware. And I would really appreciate if this own family can please let their media team reach out to her mother, please. They live all the way in the Mount Barkley area.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
So Justina, you got the information, send me a text. If you listen to me, send me a text and we'll send it to Nelson that they can play it during the week. Okay. We wish that they find you to find your niece healthy and sound. And we pray that God can protect her right now, wherever she may be. Thank you, Justina. Nelson, it's 9:02. You got to do your show. We're going to take 4 calls. You take 2 and I take 2. And we'll call it a day, okay?
Okay.
Let me take 2 from my end. Hello? Hello? Okay, the person listening to the radio or something. Go ahead, take your 2, and we'll come back.
So I take this person. Hello? Hello? Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, is this the vernacular show?
Yeah, the vernacular. Go ahead. You're live on Spoon.
Okay. Bandia, our name, Tama Hinakpato or George Pato. Where can I go Bandilendo itini? Ugrango Quella home, Ugrango in the Mela home, Ugrango Fruquella Taina home, LC connected to Grango Hembe. Of Pepper one Tahamba Lucambe, that I Maropa Quasi. Voha Faise or Vanga and the one while one kind. Nita Joy, we are Lobanga Abumanga and Mao. Farm Tony Free Abai Wanga Janus home. Maneni, you put the Kranga Vanda.
Okay.
But Voha Faise about October 10 while one. I love Banga or Bumbanga play Lamuya.
Thank you.
But I'm looking him Bukai Ubanka.
Thank you. I should take the last one. Let me squeeze in this person. Hello.
Hello?
Okay, hello. Please go ahead quickly.
Yeah, I'm calling from Montana. I'm Peter. Can I speak sing a song in Crew?
Yeah, Crew song.
Yeah. Oh, nidio spoon nidio. Oh, nudio spoon nidio. Oh, nudio spoon nidio. Oh, nudio spoon nidio. Oh, nudio spoon nidio. Oh, nudio.
Mami, la vamos.
I don't know if he calls you us or you say something good, but anyway, we say thank you. Whatever it may be, we say thank you. Yeah?
I noticed you were dark crowd today.
What the hell they got to do on Nidio? The man calling Balog also. Who the hell is Nidio?
I'm gonna try to hold myself in the middle laughing. Thank you.
Let me take 2 from you. Hello.
Hello, how you doing, Santa?
I'm doing good. Your name and where you calling from?
My name is Kim Darius. I'm calling from Boston, Massachusetts.
Go ahead, Darius.
I'll be singing Gil.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yo way, yes, Ukaba. Boy, come and go, Coca, Cabo, Quabe, yes, Ukaba. Young way, yes, Ukaba. Boy, come and go, Coca, Cabo, Quabe, yes, Ukaba. Thank you so much, Santa. We really appreciate this station. We follow you day and night. Thank you. God will bless you, and God will bless you. We spend with you. And thank you for the Liberian people. Your vote for Joseph Yuma Boaka. I'm a big fan of Joseph Boaka. I'm always on live. We're fighting for Liberia, and we'll continue to fight for Liberia. Thank you so much, brother.
You're welcome. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So that's it, right? I gotta take the last one. The last one from my end. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Your name, where you calling from?
Yeah, this is Victoria. I'm calling from Norway.
Miss Victoria, which dialect are you speaking in tonight?
I'm not speaking any dialect. I just want to contribute a gospel song on the
Yes.
at work now.
Go ahead.
I just want to contribute it.
Yeah.
To God be the glory, great things He had done. So long that was done, He gave us His Son. We a redemption, all time made for sin. And open our life, that life you always go in.
Praise the Lord, praise the Lord, let the earth hear His voice. Praise the Lord, praise the Lord, let the people rejoice. Oh, come to the Father through Jesus, His Son, and give Him the glory. Great things He has done.
Praise the Lord,
Oh,
praise the Lord, let Liberia hear His voice. Praise the Lord,
oh, praise the Lord, let the people rejoice. Oh, come to the Father through Jesus, the Son, and give Him the glory. Great things He has done. We want to say thank you.
God will bless Liberia. This song just dropped into my spirit. I'm at work. I work in the health area right now in Norway. And I just been watching people every night when I come to work. And God just dropped this song in my spirit that I should pray that Liberia will be safe. Liberia will be redeemed in the name of Jesus. As we pray here, we are praying here hard for Liberia for the election. We watch you every night. We appreciate you people in Liberia. Nelson and your team in Liberia, we appreciate you all. God bless you all in Jesus' mighty name.
Amen. Thank you very much, sister. It's a good way to go home, Nelson. It's a good way, very good way to end. We want to say thanks to all of our many, many cutters. 908 in the city. May God bless you. May God keep you. May God bless our country. Nelson?
Amen.
Have a good night, my sister. Till we meet again, Nelson.
Amen.
Till we talk again. Till we text again. Don't forget, let's do the repeat of the spoon talk in the morning. All right? You can edit it. I'm probably going to go through it too, just to play what we need to play, okay? And I want to say thank you very much, and God bless us all. Have a good night.
Thank
Amen.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, folks, that's how we like to draw down the curtains on the program, Spoon Talk. We want to say thank you for following. Thanks for making your contributions in the comment section. Thanks for calling in. And thanks for watching. So till we come your way again, have yourselves a good night. Coming up very shortly, in less than a minute, will be the program, The Late Night Show on Spoon. So we encourage you to join us. We're just going to be going off shortly, and then we'll come back on to continue the Late Night Show. So have yourselves a good time, and we hope you can join us as we come back very shortly for the Late Night Show. I'm Nelson Colette. Have a good night.
Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a new